Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam.
Now it says it's live.
So
Now it says it's live.
It should show live now, right?
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask y'all to be patient with me for I'm gonna do the intro one more time,
Okay.
and then we may have to start all over the conversation.
Now it's popped up actually on YouTube now.
All right, so hey,
Yeah, I just got a notification saying it popped up.
Hey, y'all gonna have to be quiet while I do the thing though. So let me do this real quick. All right.
Okay.
All right, there we go. All right, Foxy, we may have to start all over from the top. I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. How do you guys like the opening that we worked on?
Good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Professional.
I've been working on that behind the scenes. So Freezy gave me some leeway, and my creative juices went wild.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start all over again and just say, yo, welcome to Knicks at Night. I'm your co-host, Stephen Fox. So you just may have heard Freezy, but our host, our founder, and our leader, Freezy, is going to be in and out, and as soon as he's taking care of business. But the Knicks won an ugly game tonight, 95-86 to bring us to 2-2, 500 basketball. First road win, first back-to-back wins. We turned the ball over 26 times, 15 turnovers in the first half, leading to 18 points. Only 32 for 21 from the free throw line, these old eyes. Usually you lose with numbers like that on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Randall was magnificent. His first triple-double as a Knick. We'll go into the details later. As a team, we went 14 for 25 from three. And RJ hit his first three-pointers of the season, and now he's missed 10 in a row. And if this keeps going, I said that he's going to have to come out with his own jersey line called Brick City. More and more, it looks like he went to the Alfred Payton School of Shooting, and we better watch this closely as the season goes on. There's nothing elite about the way he's playing, and I mentioned that Coach Colorblocks, who have great respect, said a few weeks ago that you are who you are, and RJ is a mediocre shooter, and that who he is, and it's haunting me because we're putting so much into this person as a key part of our franchise. And if you can't shoot in the NBA, you can't be a part of this franchise. So Tibbs only played 8 players, and I can't wait till Quick and Rivers are back. Frank is not a point guard. He's afraid to shoot. Ralph touched on that last night. Great insights, and we'll get into that later. Peyton, wow. Very pedestrian, but he came big in the fourth quarter with 10 points, including 2 clutch threes. Bullock had to pick up the slack with Burke out with that twisted ankle or sprained ankle. He hit 5 threes. Our vets are coming up big. Knox shot himself in the foot early, getting into foul trouble. He hit a couple threes, but not much else. Our 3-point defense is strong once again. The Cavs came in with the best 3-point shooting percentage in the league, but they only shot 7 for 32, 21.9%. And that's the impact of our guy Tibbs. So we're going to go over the game and recap the players' performance and talk to both the video panel and the live chat. So let me just say hi to brother PKL Contreras, Anudi 25 as always, Glenn Greenstein, Bodega Wi-Fi, one of the great mods. Big V CEO, enjoyed you earlier today, man. Enjoyed you very much on Guillermo's show. H. Kaiser Soze, as always. Maverick 2190, Delano Steele. Special shout out to you, my friend. Always a pleasure. Love your insight. Ghetto Intellect, again, one of my favorites. I love Ghetto Intellect, man. Illmatics 23 Blade, All-Star Power 23, 19 Conmac, New York City 84, Juju 92, Daryl Pemberton. We'll get to all of those, not only myself, but my brothers in the video panel will be calling you out and calling out questions during the night. And just as a shout out, Just a reminder to hit the like, subscribe, and remind the bells so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night, Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. And thanks again for helping us blow through the 1,000 subscriber milestone. We're just a few away from 1,100. So thank you again. Keep hitting that. We greatly appreciate it. And again, a shout out to our mods, Sima Singh, New Knicks, and Bodega Wi-Fi. So, gentlemen, thank you for your patience while I went through that for some of you for a second time. But I'm going to go to you, Ralph, for your thoughts on the game from a high level. We'll go around the horn, and then we're going to get into each player in detail. So, Ralph, thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I don't want to hold up all your time. I'm going to do it, and I'm just going to do it.
Just flow, man. Just
flow.
Let it be comfortable.
It was a good first quarter. I'm going to say that it was a good first quarter, and I like the way Randall played. RJ, even though at first, RJ was missing some shots. I don't know if that was the first half or the first quarter, but the first quarter looked good. It looks more competitive. One thing that I do like is the energy the Knicks are bringing in the start of the game. They feel like they could win the game no matter who it is. That's important. So I feel like that's what I like. That's what I like. I like that they're ready for competition, and that they're coached right. And then when you see them play, you can see they're so ready. They're ready to make the cuts. They're ready to make the passes. They're ready to get in the post. Everything about them, even when they're bad games, I sense that they are trying. That there's a level of being prepared, a strong level of being prepared. There's a level of study. There's a level of like, we're gonna do this. And they're all in it together. Like there is so every player on that roster is like, okay, we're gonna execute this plan. Everything is so well thought out, from the coach to the roster, and for 48 minutes they're coached. I like that I'm saying that, but great first quarter. Second quarter, they got kind of tied up a little bit. The Cleveland, because they had a huge lead at the second quarter, and Frank got subbed in. Some ticky-tack fouls with Colin Sexton happened, and then all of a sudden you start to see Cleveland catch up because Larry Dance Jr. got a dunk, and then Andre Drummond started doing his thing, and I'm happy about the win, but I also had that sense of like, are they trying to win or are they trying to softly tank as well, and they're just trying to keep it close because I felt like they're at home and this, that, and the third. So I started to wonder because it started to get like to 30. The margin of the lead started to get real close. But it looked like they didn't want to win, but they wanted to keep it close. That's what I sensed. And I'm like, we had we had a lot of turnovers. So then I'm like, okay, let me see what's going on. And that's what I saw from that game. I saw a competitive game that the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Knicks were aggressive on the defense, and they were hounding Garland, and they were hounding Colin Sexton, But I was surprised how well they can when they're down 15, they can bring that pressure, they can score, and they can really close that lead. I'm like, hopefully the Knicks can do that too. Hopefully the Knicks can do that. When they're facing other teams, and that's all I got to say.
Hey, Freezy, you want to say anything? I know your time's limited. I always love to get to you, so be respectful of your time.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. Hey, so first of all, man. This Knicks at Night podcast thing is super, super duper dope. It's super dope, man. Yeah, I be listening. So first of all, and I know this is gonna sound strange, but y'all know Joe Madden is my favorite, right? So you
and the rest of New York.
Yeah, when I listen to the show, man, and I hear y'all going in, and man, it is so, man, this show is so dope, man. It's not even about it's not even about one or two people. It's like a legit family affair. It's got that feeling. But in terms of so I wanted to say something to the chat. So if you want to help grow the show, so I opened a Cash App account. I was advised to do that by a lot of the chatters on the Knicks Morning Drive. So I opened it, and so the Cash App, the way you send or contribute to helping the show get better is $ Lawrence Tears. And so I also want to shout out Chuck B for taking on an entire panel and winning this morning. So Chuck B took on 6 people and won. And it's not it wasn't based on my making the decision, because I actually wanted him to lose because he gets a little cocky sometimes. But the
Yeah.
chat but the chat raised him up. The chat came through and Chuck went through on the cards. The chat legit said that Chuck rope a dope this morning against 6 people and won. So
Yeah,
shout out to Chuck.
but man, he wasn't taking any prisoners. It was destruction all over in his path.
The guys must have been sleeping this morning because Chuck doesn't have a damn clue what he's talking about.
You're next.
Our man Chuck was happening. That was a hot show, Freezy. Man, was that hot. It was electric. Couldn't take my eyes off it.
Chuck wants to trade Obi. He was talking about that on Legend and X, that he's ready to trade Obi.
No.
The man's asleep.
That's not.
We'll get into all this. Let's just take advantage of our Freezy and but watch yourself, Joe. He had that jab and that right hand moving this morning. You don't want to mess with our boy. So keep going, Freeze.
Yeah. So the other thing I wanted to point out too is at some point we have to give God of Moses and Elijah credit for calling the Julius Randle thing, because he got jumped. We started on Sportscaster back in October, and panelists and chatters and guests were all over God of Moses and Elijah about being wrong about Randle, and everything that he said about Randle is true. Even the turnovers, even a high number of turnovers, he was right about all of that stuff. So shout out to God of Moses and Elijah. I wish he were wrong. I wish there was a way I can interject and say, but he was right. And so when people are right, you got to give them their credit. Especially when people are right and they stand their ground throughout the storm. And then when the storm is over, you find out they're right. So shout out to God of Moses and Elijah for that.
And he's right on something else that we'll touch on tonight about Frank that he said yesterday. So the man is a prophet.
God of Moses, what are the lottery tickets tomorrow night?
Yeah, exactly.
I wish I knew.
Yeah, man. So I'm gonna move out of the way and let everybody eat. But just want to let everybody in the chat know how much I appreciate Foxy running point for us. He is no Alfred Payton. Foxy is no Frank Ntilikina at point guard for us. Yeah. Hey, so Foxy is our Jason Kidd.
Thank you, man. I try, but I got easy guys to make the basket. So I may look good, but it's a lot easier just turning. I'm just saying next. You guys are the stars.
Yeah, this is not easy. It's not easy, by the way. I think some people may look at it and think that they can just turn on the mic, turn the mics on and just go. This is not an easy thing to do. So shout out to Foxy for that.
Back at you, man. I have a good mentor. So, all right, Freezy, we'll catch up with you later.
Yep.
All right. Thanks again. Shout out. Hey, Guillermo, we see you. Rob the Nick. Again, Freezy, if you want to let others in when you leave, do your magic. You guys know that I'm only the piano player, so I can't control those things. But we look forward to, and you had a great show today, Guillermo, as always. Kevin McLeod, Cornerstone, good to see you. Paris, Duggar, I'm getting it right, Duggar. Hope all is well. And again, my guy, Ghetto Intellect. So let me just go around real quick and say hello. Latrell, how are you? Kevin, Joe, and Chuck.
I'm wonderful.
Chuck, you styling, my friend. Man, you're always styling. You're always having the best stuff on, and you were killer this morning.
It's like the 5th different shirt on today.
What's wrong with that?
Three different shirts on during the Knicks game. He had a Nets jersey on the other day too.
You just a hater.
You're hating on our guy.
I'm only screwing with him. We like to have fun with Chuck. I love Chuck. Don't worry. It's all love. I just love screwing around with him. It's all.
Yeah. Absolutely happening, man. So, Latrell, let's go to you. Your high-level thoughts about the game, and we'll get into details on the players right after everyone talks.
All right. So first of all, God of Moses. God of Moses.
We're not worthy. We're not worthy.
So I'll say this. Okay, a couple things. Julius Randle, 14, 6, and 5 after the first quarter, absolutely balling. And I don't even care. Look, the turnovers have to stop. The 9 I know we'll get to the individual covers. I don't even want, we'll get that corrected, the 9 turnovers. I don't even care. Last year, every single night I watched Julius Randle play with all of the Knicks fans. As talented a guy, I knew Julius Randle was talented. We all know he was talented and our best player last year. Every time he had the ball, I said, pass the ball to the open man every game. And this year, it's just beautiful to watch him just make everyone better. And Moses, I got to give it up to you because this is not the same guy I'm watching. I don't know what happened. I don't know if he watched the show. I think it's Tom Thibodeau, and your inspiration to him. And maybe he wants you to get that jersey for me. Maybe that's what it is. So I'll just say this. We can have a conversation. I know people are going to bring up the turnovers, but for one night, let's just celebrate what we're watching with this guy because it's incredible.
Right.
Mr. Wright.
Transformation. He into tonight. It's a bonus. He's made the second most passes in the NBA. Okay? If you would have told me about Julius Randle, I would have thought you were nuts. Second point, high level, is this team has a defensive mindset. They actually have there's a philosophy in place now on this team. Now, they don't always do everything right. I'm not saying they always execute the defensive principles, but I actually see them doing things that a normal basketball team tries to do on the defensive end. There is a defensive presence to this team I haven't seen in like 8 years.
Maybe more.
Maybe more. Well, I think Jason Kidd got them to defend, and Woody got them to defend in 2012, to be fair. Last point I'll make before I pass it off to somebody else. Again, we have the right coaching in place. This team is going to frustrate us at times. I don't know how many wins it's going to result in. I think it's way too early about that. But for one night, actually, no, I'm sorry. For the past 2 games, the one thing I can say about this team is I felt like a normal fan watching my team because my team, although sloppy and the turnovers, it's insane how we won the game with like a million turnovers. This team is starting to do things that a normal team does, and I'm just happy as a Knicks fan that we're actually enjoying this. Like this is how it should be. This is the 20-year mess where we're ask guys to pass the ball or defend. I think those days are over. They're playing like a normal basketball team. That's all I got to say.
Well said, man. Well said.
Hey, Ryan, just want to quit. We're going to go to Kevin, but I just wanted to say hi. How are you?
Man. That's how I feel tonight.
Oh, can't wait to hear from you. You know I always get excited. How are you, Kevin? Let it rip.
I said last night that the only thing that matters is wins and losses, regardless of how it looks, and we got to win. And I'm the only one on this panel. The only one. I'm going to say that I am the only one on this panel who, even the first 2 losses, even the bad and inconsistency and the hanging on for last year, how many 20 years, I'm the only one who's like, you know what, this team isn't bad at all. This is a pretty good team. And I've also been one, I've never fluctuated. I've never been down when we lost. Oh, the sky's falling. When we win, it's like, this is the greatest thing ever. And it's like, no, I expect this. I expect us to win games. I expect us to lose games. I think we'll win more than we'll lose. Yeah, I said it. And this is a very weird game to kind of piece together because it was an ugly game. This is like one of those 90s games.
It was
where it's like,
oof.
we relied heavily on our defense. The offense came and it went, and we just we pulled it out. We didn't let them come back. We didn't do anything to step on our own foot, and plays were made when they needed to be made. So this is what, as Latrell said, this is what a normal team does. They find ways to close out the games. So yeah, I think we'll go more in depth by player wise later, but that's kind of an overall what I have to say about the team.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Chuck in a second. Just hi, Rob. How are you? We see you're in Inferno.
I hope your daughter not home.
Hey, yeah, man, we can't see your face. You stuck on the symbol, man. The Knicks are
I know. I don't know.
That's not so bad though.
I like it.
I gotta just go to the side a little bit. I don't know why it's in my corner.
Yo, oh, this smells good. Yo, are you gonna make our chat and all of us happy tonight? Yeah,
you got 36 of them.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have a special night tonight.
I wouldn't have a cigar and a win like this.
Oh man, it's making up for the Bucks win the other night.
Hey Joe,
yeah,
ain't nothing wrong Joe with enjoying the win, man. Just take them, man.
We're Knicks, so we don't get too many of these, so we take it. Yeah,
we're 500.
100, yeah. When was the last time we were 500?
This early. I asked that question. This early.
Yeah.
So let's go to our guy. Some of you know him as Charles B. Other you know him as Chuck. But a lot of people after this morning know him as the Punisher. Take it, Chuck.
Destroyer, shredder. Okay, shout out to Chuck for putting the battery in God of Moses' back on all the Knox takes. And when he was feeling down and y'all was jumping him, I was right there behind him, giving him the word. I gave him strength to carry on, and me and him completed the mission.
This guy.
Yes, that's what happened. And we need to get Randall some help immediately, because RJ is supposed to be that second guy, and he's not living up to it. And if we trade Randall, like a lot of people want, this team is going to be in trouble, because RJ will be the first option, and expect a lot of losing to follow that.
And the media and the fans will attack him brutally.
Yeah, because it'll be too much for him to handle, and he's not ready for that yet. So appreciate Randall while we have him, and stop trying to get rid of the man. He is balling, and he is still our best player 2 years in a row.
Regardless.
Yeah. As far as the game, it was sloppy play on both ends, and that the zone has worked 2 games in a row. We got teams that shoot terribly, and I don't think that's sustainable. But we'll see. But with that, man, it's on you.
Rick, turn it over to our friend, the legend, the creator, founder of Man. It's the Knicks. You take it, Ron.
We know in sports there are things known as ugly losses, but this has to be worse than ugly. This was a train wreck tonight, man. And the only people I can blame is the players that's on the floor. I'm not blaming Tibbs, but we did win the game, so I'm happy about that. So I'm not gonna be too down. But if we expect to win games having 24 turnovers, it ain't happening. But what that showed me too, I'm like, we held the team to 86 points. But they missed a lot of wide open threes, especially early. A bunch of them. So, and they got to get more defensively consistent, because there were lapses on the defense where guys were open. And it looked like, to me, like they were playing in spurts. They might be looking ahead to Toronto.
Yeah, feel the same way. Hey, Joe, what's your thoughts on the game tonight?
If I'm never disappointed in a loss from any of my teams that I support in any sport. But this is a disappointing loss because we look like an absolute mess. Offensively, defensively, they left them as wide open as a hooker's legs are open. Like these guys were left. They had so much
I
space
wouldn't
to
know
shoot,
about that.
and it was, as we said, the Cavs were coming in as the number one shooting team in the league coming in. And you knew that it wasn't right because they don't have the best of shooters and they were going to get cold. And they got ice cold tonight. And our guys stepped off offensively. There was a lot of, the Cavs were off. We were off, but we were a little bit better than they were. Randall had a great game, but how I felt was Randall was winning the game for us. He nearly lost the game for us, and then he won it again for us. He had a spurt where he had 4 turnovers in 6 minutes. Started giving up sloppy play. He nearly had a quadruple double tonight when you put it like that.
He was one turnover away from a quadruple double. I haven't seen those since Marbury left.
But you got to look at things in its totality.
But Randall did, the man did ball out. He didn't have
44 minutes.
He did, and he didn't have Burks, who kind of takes over a little bit of the ball handling. But a lot of them turnovers, what I seen was teams now are starting to jump in, as me and Guillermo were saying yesterday, are going into the passing lanes. I want to just see Randall's playing great. I'm over the moon because he's getting us wins. But I want to see how he adjusts to when teams adjust to his game plan because he's never played like this. Randall's in the running if he keeps playing like this for most improved player of the year. And no one can deny him that, no matter what our record is or if we're the Knicks or not. If
I'm gonna go one
like
further
this
than
through
that.
the year.
I'm gonna go one further than that. If that man played putting up these numbers the whole year,
MVP?
you know he gonna be in the conversation. Let's face it.
No,
hey, y'all laugh, but I'm being serious. Especially, let's be real. The bar is not set real high for the Knicks. Let's be real. So if we above 500 late in the season and Randall is putting up these numbers, I guarantee you're gonna have his name being discussed. Of course, he won't get it because they're gonna be better teams than us, but he will be in the conversation.
Yeah.
That's a good.
What I think is, I agree with Chuck too. We need to get him help in here if he's going to succeed. Because if we're not going to get him help, then we might as well just trade him.
So who you trading?
RJ's.
The fact that we're
that's the problem. That's the problem. I think we need to go out and try and get the likes of Buddy Hield or a 3-point shooter that's going to get, not a 3-point shooter like Bullock who's going to get you 10, 11, 12 on a night, like a 3-point shooter who's going to get you up to 20, like a Buddy Hield to help Randall, someone to help Randall, or a ball handler to help Randall. Because if we're going to go for the playoffs, we need to give Randall help. But if we're just going to ride it out, then you might as well trade him at the deadline. Because then what's the point of holding on to him if you're not going to get the dude help to start winning? For him to keep this pace up, he needs help. He's not going to be able to keep the dude play 44 minutes on his own. And if he's going to have to keep putting up these numbers and playing over 35 minutes a game, the dude's going to get hurt. And then what? We can't trade him and he's no good to us. So we need help. He needs to get help.
4 people on our roster is out, and we played 8 men tonight. So help is here. It's just right now in the stables. Them guys got to get healthy. And I'm more happy to see Austin Rivers. Austin Rivers is going to do numbers. He gonna be a big help for Randall, because Randall is not gonna have the burden of carrying all that dribbling with Austin Rivers being here. That's who I'm most disappointed the most that ain't on the floor right now.
Yeah.
I think we need to get someone in around Randall's level though. We need to get Rivers can put up numbers quickly. We need someone who's going to put up 20 and give it every given night, because you don't know what Burks might go up and down. Knox isn't there yet. RJ isn't there yet.
He ain't done that yet, so I ain't gonna say that. But Burks,
he
been consistent.
Yeah, but we need But we need a guy in the same level as what Randall's playing, more or less, or even a level below, like a second option to go beside him
Where
to
Burke
help
can
the
be our
dude.
third option because RJ
Because
ain't even ready to be that right now.
Because if we're trying to go for the play, if we're going to hold on to Randall, that means that we're going for it, that we're going for the playoffs.
Oh yeah, I agree with you on that now.
If you're not going to get Randall help and you're building for the future, then trade Randall and get assets, because then you're not doing the dude any justice, letting him play 40 minutes a night, trying to put up a triple-double every night and carry a team to the playoffs, because he needs the help. He's going to get hurt if he doesn't get help.
I hear everybody say, trading Randall. But who you going to trade Randall to and for? I mean,
you got a friendly contract, and he is playing good team ball. He's converting a lot of fans.
You got to have somebody that, if you trading for him, you're going to have somebody willing to take Randall, and you got to have that team got to have a spot for Randall.
If he's playing like this, that's not an issue. If he's playing like this, that's not an issue. But
shout out to Jarrell Williams.
People are saying about lottery picks. No team in the lottery is going to take them. They'll just wait till free agency because they're not going to trade right assets. A title contender will. And people are saying we don't want. I'd take a mid-first rounder from and package it with the Mavs pick to move up.
You ain't getting that for no title contender.
But I ain't. You would get a first
contender ain't going to be in no mids. They're going to be near the bottom of the draft.
But a playoff type contender. A team say like Utah that's in or around in the playoff but need that push. That type of team would try and take them. But I want to win now, and I think they need to put somebody with Randall. They need to get him some help.
Randall not getting traded. Y'all
need help.
I keep trying to tell y'all that, man. Randall, hey Chuck, please tell him Randall is not getting traded.
He's not getting
Randall
traded.
keep playing like this, he's not getting traded.
You need to get him help, but you need to get the dude help.
He's only 26. He's playing.
And I've been saying this for 3 days. Hey, Steve, think about this, man. What you always need to attract other players is a player. Randall right now is a player, and nobody can deny that. I don't care what your personal bias is about the guy, what you feel like he was last year, but the guy trajectory is climbing, and what he is doing right now is what we expected last year, but we had bad coaching.
What I'm saying, Ron, is I want us to make a trade for somebody to put with him and go for it. I don't want to sit what we have and make Randall carry the load.
But I ain't trying to just trade Randall to trade Randall. And Randall, players want to play with studs. They don't want to play with duds.
Everybody talks about Obi Toppin, that we drafted Obi Toppin. My point is, why can't
we wasted a pick? We wasted a pick.
Man, I don't care what nobody says.
No, we didn't. What's the problem with having depth? There's no problem with having depth. You can have depth on a basketball team. It's just,
can I say something?
But when we have other needs that you drafted for the same position,
and Ralph,
when we have other needs, like we need a 3 and we need a guard.
Obi's not ready yet.
Yeah, but that's why we should have drafted a guard to go with Ron, that I'm with RJ. We have quickly, but another guard.
Yeah, hindsight's 20/20, man.
Yeah, too late for that. What we got right now is what we're working with.
I think we're just going to take it nice and slow. We're going to be methodical. We're going to let, as Ron said, the injured guys come back, see how they phase in.
See how it is.
It's too early to all that trade talk and all that, man. We 4 games in the season, and we up here talking about trading. That in itself is asinine.
Yeah. Kevin, you want to take
trading to add to the team, Ron.
I think what we need to have is the value of hindsight and also the clarity to have perspective, because we as Knicks fans, like I said, we're so used to losing. We're so used to not having anything good that we see something good and it's like, oh my God, we finally have something. But 2 days ago, we was like, you know what? We was all wrong about Elfrid Payton. This is great. Elfrid Payton should be an all-star. He had 27. This is great. I take everything I said back about Elfrid Payton. Now Elfrid Payton had like a game. Now it's like, whatever. Because he went back to being Elfrid Payton. Julius Randle, a week ago, we was like, you know what? We can get rid of Julius Randle other than God of Moses. Now it's like, Julius Randle can be an all-star in an MVP conversation. It's like, let's have perspective. He has had good games.
4 games.
Going to have good games.
That's why I said, Kevin.
Nobody said that Julius Randle.
I said if he continues on this, don't leave out that most important part of the statement. If you're gonna quote the statement, quote the
No,
statement
this isn't
right.
a statement. This isn't. I was
No, I'm
including a
talking about
statement.
you quoting what I just said, but you ain't putting the whole thing in there. I said if he continues to play like this man will be in a discussion. If the Knicks are 500 or better and Randall is putting up these stats, he's gonna be in the discussion, whether or not you like Randall or not.
This isn't me liking Randall or not. This is
Shout
about
out to
just
you, God
having.
Moses, because you're the only one who was right from the start on Randall.
What
I
I'm
gotta
saying
give you
is,
your props.
Thank
what
you,
I'm
sir.
saying is this. Like I said, Julius had a good game. Julius has had good games. He's consistently going to give you 20 and 10. That's never in the question. So him getting 20 points, whatever, the assist is something that's new, and
Complete.
that is, I mean, other than that, getting trusting his teammates. I mean, that should be something he should have been doing.
We brought up Porzingis yesterday. Randall's the first guy since Porzingis that every night when we watch a game, we could say to ourselves, we know he's going to have a double-double tonight. And we'll see.
Exactly.
So he's going to be consistent. We didn't have that for a long time. I could have said that
last year.
And he's going to play. Porzingis every night. We didn't know if he was going to play.
I could have said Randall. I could have went into every game last season. Like, you know what? Randall's going to have a double-double.
But we ain't had no coaching.
Yeah. I could have said the same thing about Julius Randle last year. I could have said the same thing about Julius Randle when he was with the Pelicans.
Oh no!
Just because we draft a guy that's the same position, we have to get rid of the guy that's playing better.
I'm not saying get rid of him.
I'm not saying getting rid of him. I'm saying add to him because if you're not gonna add to him,
the only thing I've ever said about getting rid of him.
State in the chat is saying get rid of him.
The only thing I've ever said is if you did get rid of Julius Randle, it has to be for someone who is better and can give you more than what Julius can. I'm not going to trade him just to get rid of him. I'm saying if you're going to trade him,
that what he did tonight, what is somebody going to do more than what he did tonight and what he's been doing?
So basically, you're basically saying that Julius Randle is an elite player in the NBA.
He's playing like one. He's playing like one. Even Wally talking about it. Did you hear what Wally said? Yeah. Wally said them numbers he's putting up, the numbers he put up the other night was LeBron-esque.
This is Jokic.
And Wally is a basketball player, ex-NBA player. So I'm gonna.
But he got to do it for 20 games. Once he does it for 20 games, then we can talk about it.
Did he literally put Julius Randle in the same conversation as LeBron James?
The game that he had the other night.
The way he's playing, I'm not saying he's LeBron. I'm saying the way he's playing right now.
He's more LeBron than Kevin Knox being Reggie Miller. I tell you that. He's more LeBron right now than Kevin Knox being Reggie Miller.
I mean, but honestly, think about what you said. We put Julius Randle in the same content as LeBron James.
You just hate Julius, man. You proving my point.
I'm not hating Julius.
You are.
Listen to what y'all are saying. Y'all are saying Julius Randle is in the same category as LeBron James.
Steven, let's paint this picture. I'm gonna paint this picture for you, Kevin.
Doesn't that sound silly when you say it, though?
Hey,
let our guy Ron talk for a second.
Chuck, I'm gonna paint this picture for Kevin because he don't see it. Them numbers Julius Randle is putting up. Let's just say you saw these numbers, right? And you didn't know who the player was that's doing that. And you saw them numbers come across that he's averaging right now. Matter of fact, somebody please pull it up. What would the average person say who's that player is if there's a blank slate, no picture? They'll say, oh, that's got to be LeBron doing that. Pull up them numbers because it's ridiculous what he's doing right now.
Was it 13, 11, and 7, I think?
Here it comes.
Or 23, 11, and 7, I think.
Field goal percentage and everything. I'm talking everything.
23.7. He's doing 6.3 assists, 10 rebounds. But he's hitting 82% from the foul line. He's hitting 55% from 2. He's hitting 56% from 3. And we know that's not that's going to come down, but he's playing at a unbelievable. He's averaging 35.7 minutes a game. He's having a little under 3.7 turnovers a game.
Man, you know what?
He's averaging 23, 10, and 6.
Some people didn't follow comprehension in school. Somebody in the chat just said, but he's not LeBron. Ain't nobody saying he's LeBron.
I'm
But
not
when
saying
you
he's
hear the term
LeBron.
LeBron-esque, do you know what that means? That means he's playing like that person.
Thank you.
It's not
Thank
saying
you.
he is that person. Man,
Thank
some of
you.
y'all need to go back to school, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, we're gonna get into
Comprehension
Peyton in
is
a
a bad
second.
thing, man. Some people been left behind.
Ralph, did you have one last thing before we get into the players?
Now I want to echo what Latrell just said, man. You know, we could have Ob Toppin, we can have Ob Toppin there, we can have Julius, man. We could have him, yo, man. Whatever, you know, Julius could play the. I mean, Obi could, all of them. I feel like, look, I've always felt they can play. We can have Obi at the other forward spot, Julius. I mean, why can't we have? The game is constantly changing. It's not stuck in one way. So
can I just say one more thing about this? I don't mean to cut you off, God of Moses, but I'm very passionate about it. I'm not saying that we shouldn't trade Randall eventually. I don't know where this team is going to be in 20 to 30 games or 40 games. I don't know if Randall's going to be able to continue to do it. What I'm seeing, it's 4 games, but you have to at least give the guy credit and say,
I think he could.
I think
he could. I think he could keep it up.
What you thought about the guy, you have to change your opinion now for a little bit. Come on, man.
I think he could keep it up. I think he could keep it up for sure. I'm confident on that. I'm not going to say for sure. I'm going to say I'm confident he could keep it up. I think he's strong. He's smarter. He's he's better coached right now. The whole team is just better coached. So everybody knows what they're doing. It's not just him. Everybody knows what they're doing, and he's just executing. He's keeping his head up while dribbling and executing. Collapsing the defense.
The kid is balling, man.
He's balling. That's all.
It just all depends where we're at. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Okay. Anytime.
Hey, let me just check one thing. No, it doesn't have it. Shout out to Heedy on a super chat. You said you guys are reading his averages before tonight's win. You're 100% right. Unfortunately, Basketball Reference and a few others are not dynamically updating it. So you're 100% right. But we're in the ballpark. I'm looking at a few other of the other websites, so they haven't updated it yet. But thank you for the shout out, and you're right. So just continuing the shout out. State of New York, Hobo as well. Hey, if you guys didn't see State on the other night with Kevin, it was electric before State left and Freezy left and the Kevin Loves Kevin show came on. Or the Kevin Loves the Knicks show, which was awesome. So Hobo as well, State, C Mac, James Mills, Jason DaCosta, Cochise Carter, relative of Payback Carter, C Mac, Julian Tran. And as always, we'll get to D. Grant, Thesis Thomas, Jarrell Williams, Brian Batista. We'll get some dude. C-Mac, as always, appreciate your insights that you send along. So we'll get to a lot of you guys tonight. Thank you for your support. And we're just a blink under 1,100. So please keep hitting those like, subscribe, and remind the bells so you don't miss out on any of our boy Freezy's Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. Thanks again for helping us hit our milestones. And also shout out to our wonderful mods, Sima Singh, the new Knicks, and Bodega Wi-Fi. We appreciate all you do. So, fellas, let's go players now. And I'll start it off with Peyton. Peyton had 2 points, 4 assists, 4 rebounds, and 4 turnovers in the first half, and he finished the game, came up big again in that fourth quarter with 14 points, 6 for 15 shooting, 2 for 4 from 3, 0 from 2 from the line, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks, 5 turnovers in 36 minutes, and he was a 12 plus minus. So, Chuck, you want to take it? Your thoughts on Peyton tonight?
Okay, yeah, he started off real slow. He's like you said, he started off terrible.
He started off Peyton.
yeah, he resorted. Like he couldn't make a layup. He was leaving everything short. He was getting open looks and just bricking. And then the second half, he did like a 360, and it was needed. It was needed because Frank was out there stanking it up. So,
terrible.
They was about to make a run. So Peyton righting the ship and got us back on track. And he do look for Randall a little bit too much, but Randall is our best player, so can't complain about that. But Peyton was definitely one of the keys to tonight's win.
Yeah, when I take notes during the game, and just I won't do it as quick as I did the other night, but like you said, alley-oop pass for turnover. Peyton misses floater in paint. Peyton gets shot blocked in paint by Drummond. Gets rebound and throws errant pass for turnover. Pass to Mitch for dunk attempt blocked by Drummond. Pass for Bullock for three. Layup from pass from Randall. Bad pass on pick and roll for turnover leads to an Osmond jam. Nice pass to Cutting Bullock for a lay-in. Shot blocked by Drummond in paint. Pass to Bullock for a long three as the first half came to a close. Second half, misses a floater. Hits floater in paint after penetrating. Nice pass to Randall, who gets fouled driving the basket. Misses mid-range jumper. Perfect alley-oop for Mitch for a jam. Misses three-pointer. Misses uncontested layup. Misses floater. Gets rebound and hits the jumper. Nice pass to RJ for a layup after Noel poked the ball away. Hits uncontested three from pass from RJ. Gets shot off backboard for a basket. Gets fouled in paint. Missed both shots. Hit three-pointer from kick out by Randall. Beautiful pass to Mitch for a monster jam. And a bad shot in the paint that got blocked. So like you said, there was a lot of ugly there, but he came up clutch. He's a weird dude, man. You look at his face, he's talking to himself, and but he came up big. I wish, like I said, he did some things tonight that RJ didn't do, and we'll get into RJ in a second. But you want to take it, Ron, on your thoughts on Peyton tonight?
Earlier today, I said if Peyton give me 12, and he got more than 12.
14, yeah.
So, Peyton's going to be Peyton. You know what I mean? He's going to get to the basket, and he's going to short arm a layup. He's going to make you want to pull your hair out. He does that. You know what I mean? That's some of the bad that's going to come with the good with Peyton. If all Peyton got to work on is he just need to keep shooting. He needs to practice shooting. If he just continue to work on that aspect of his game, Peyton, just like Clyde and them said tonight, man, Peyton would be one of the better point guards in the league. His shooting is what's holding him back. So I ain't got nothing bad to say about Peyton, man. Peyton redeemed himself. Keep playing like that, Peyton. That's all I want you to do. Because if he keep playing like that, that means we got a good opportunity to win every night.
Yeah, and
Julius gonna bring it. Some other players that I got my eyes on that I'm worried about.
Yeah. We said a few days ago, what in the world was our management thinking when they signed Peyton? And I think the last couple of nights we're seeing that if he plays within himself to a certain level, he can be disruptive on the defensive end, and he can help us distributing the ball. And yep, he'll make some of the things, but wow, he's played well. We got 2 wins because of him. Hey, Joe,
give the man his credit.
Yeah, Joe, your thoughts on Peyton?
As I thought Peyton had come back down to earth, which he did, and then in the fourth quarter when we needed him in clutch moments, the game Peyton against the Bucks came back.
Joe, you're a little low on your audio.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yep. Talk a little more, and you're out of frame. I can't see that handsome face.
No, well, I have to charge my thing.
No. That's because you're so popular. You're talking a lot today. You still there, my friend? Well, we'll get back to you. We'll kick it to. Oh, okay.
No, I'm here. Peyton played decent. He played what I expect of him every night. He had a bad start, but he got the rhythm going in the fourth quarter in the big moment when we needed him. He hit threes. It looks like his threes are starting to get a little bit better. There seems to be a little bit more of an arc on it, not as bullety as it used to be. So it looks like he's been working on his shot. And he had a decent end to the game. So he gave us what we need to get the win. So there's nothing more you can ask for him. Peyton's going to have his moments, but as long as the clutch moments he can turn up, that's all we ask for. So
it doesn't look like he's thinking. He just got the ball and he shot. He didn't think about it.
Yeah, sometimes you see him thinking, and then there's a little bit like it looks like a bullet coming out of a gun sometimes. Now he has a little bit, looks like a little bit more of an arc to it.
Yeah,
So,
he's definitely not Jerry West, that's for sure.
yeah.
So,
But he's getting there. If he can give 33, 34% from three, that's a lot better than what his 28, 29 he was given throughout his career. So if he can get me up in the 30s from three, at least be a threat to open up the floor, at least that someone has to come out and guard him to give the spacing. It's better than guys leaving him wide open and clogging up the paint. So at least look, he's slowly getting there. He's better than the first two games.
Yeah. Kevin, I'm kicking it to you on Peyton.
Elfrid Payton was Elfrid Payton. That's it. He didn't do anything or any more. He didn't do any less or any more than what I thought Elfrid Payton was going to do.
Wait a minute. So you expected him to hit 2 clutch threes in the fourth quarter?
No, I'm talking about his numbers in total. Like if you just look at the stat line, I mean that's an Elfrid Payton type of game. That's what I expected. It's just when he got it, I was like, oh, well, that's nice. That was what was needed. But if I just looked at the stat line, saw 14, 8, and 7, I'm like, yeah, well, that's an Elfrid Payton kind of night. It was uninspiring but steady. So that's all I had about Elfrid Payton. I mean, I still don't like him at all. But you know, he's gonna do what he's gonna do.
Yeah. Everyone, Latrell, the American Dream is the American Dream. Please check out. Great guy, great content, and always enjoy him on the show. What's your thoughts on Peyton tonight?
Thank you very much, Steve. I just posted Spreewell highlights from Game 1 in the Pacers series last night. So if you like Spree, check it out.
Hey, I thought about you tonight when they were showing the players in the Knicks past that had triple doubles. Your boy came up and I went, "Ooh, I bet your ears." So you were in my thoughts today, my friend.
That's love. That's real love right there. So yeah, I'm with Kevin. I mean, Peyton is what he is. He had a good fourth quarter, but he's inconsistent. He was consistently leaving Garland wide open. Missed a bunch. I know he finished with 14 points, but he missed a bunch of. He got. I mean, the one thing I'll give about Peyton that he's done, which we absolutely need, is he's doing a better job of getting to the paint. I'll give him that. He gets to the paint. It's just he can't finish to save his life. He's missing so many easy bunnies that he made the night before, which was not sustainable. But and also terrible decision to try to throw that pass to Randall. Where they got the 8-second or the
that was aggravating as hell.
That you can't do that. That's unacceptable by
put your big man in a bad spot.
Yeah, that was not Randall's
Exactly.
You don't do that.
You gotta be better. But look, he was inconsistent, but I'll take his 14 points, I'll take his 8 rebounds, I'll take his 7 assists, and he did hit some clutch shots. But Elfrid Payton is what he is. He's not the reason that he's not the star of tonight's performance, but I appreciate your services.
Yeah, Ron brought it up that he short arms the ball. I grew up in a different game watching it, and there was guys on the Celtics, John Havlicek, and all these guys that used the backboard.
Mm-hmm.
So why doesn't he use the backboard more often than trying to just get a swish, and short on that ball time after time after time?
I think a lot of these guys, man, they like to make stuff look pretty. That ain't an easy shot as you might think. And just sit there and do a layup right in front of the rim. More often than not, it probably go in and roll out, rim right on out. But if you use the backboard, to your point, Steve, that's what it's there for. That square.
Thank
hit
you.
The square.
And we grew up watching, whether it was Celtics or other guys, they used that so many shots, and it wasn't, they called it. It was so many times you see it today, guys, like
Kevin McHale would wear that backboard out.
Exactly.
So, I want to talk about Peyton too, real quick.
Yeah, I was going to kick it to you, please.
Oh, thanks. I think he played a decent game. One thing I'm starting to notice is that I'm starting to see like new things that the Elfrid Payton is doing. Like he had the ball, and I mean, normally he's quick to dish it out to Julius Randle or quick to give it to he's quick to pass the ball within 5 seconds, 5 to 7 seconds. And there was a play that I saw him in I think it could have been the third quarter or fourth quarter, and I thought it was actually is that Alfred Payton or is that RJ Barrett, because he's moving the ball. He shifted from the right side of the court all the way to the left, and I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, well, that must be RJ. He's going to pull up a shot, and that's actually Alfred Payton. And I feel like Johnny Bryant and all these guys, they're sort of they're breaking the mold, or there's sort of they're trying to give him a new look, so to speak. Like, you don't have to do this. You can, like, they're trying to innovate his game. They want him to see the game differently. That's what I feel. That's what I took from certain plays from Alfred Payton today. Like this, I can't remember. Tomorrow, I'm gonna watch the replay, and then I'm gonna remember when was that I thought it was actually Alfred Payton. I thought it was actually, because RJ Barrett and Alfred Payton, they wear the arm sleeve. They wear the orange arm sleeve, and sometimes, I think, oh, that must be RJ or that must be Alfred Payton. But
Noel wears one too.
I like the team. I like that the team is innovating itself. I feel like they're trying their. I like the coaching of the team. That's. I just want to say that.
Yeah. Okay. Just a quick shout out to the Chad. Allah Wise, as always, man. Appreciate all your thoughts. Clutch B-Ball TV. Our friend Noah. Hope all is well, Noah. And thanks everyone for your support. So we're going to kick it to Ron. And Ron the other day was talking, and I noticed his body language. And he was talking about RJ and saying that, the rookie year is over, and now you're going to be calling it like you see it. So I was been very concerned about RJ since his rookie season. And I saw flashes, and I know he's dominant going to the paint, but we've been talking that he's a one-trick pony. He's going left. He's going to be driving left. But versus other guys, and we've been watching the game for a long time, some guys put up a shot, and you're like, is it going in? It's going in. It's not going in the minute. You could tell immediately it's not going in. It's going to be a brick the minute it leaves his fingers. So 6 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal in the 1 turnover in the first half, and he finished the game with 12 points, 4 for 15 shooting, 0 for 3 from 3, and again he's missed he's 3 for 13 for threes so far this season, 4 for 4 from the line, so at least he's hitting his foul shots, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, 0 blocks, 2 turnovers in 39 minutes, and he was a 2 plus minus tonight. And if you don't mind, I'll just
How many points did he have, Steve?
12 in total.
How many? 12? Okay.
Yeah. And just bear with me a second. I'll just do my quick roundup. So you get in 30 seconds a flavor. He passed to Randall for a 3. He deflected a ball for a steal. Layup from a pass from Randall. He misses a mid-range jumper. He misses a drive to basket. Looks like he got hit in his head. No call. Misses a shot in the paint. Hits backboard. Meant to be a banker. A brick. Bad pass for an attempted lob. Turnover leads to a Sexton layup. Another bad, lazy pass that is stolen by Sexton leads to a Sexton 3. Misses another uncontested 3. Draws foul while shooting. Misses it off the backboard. Makeable shot. He hits both foul shots, though. Jam of pass from Randall. He jams it. Step back 3 with clock running out. Major brick. Knicks gets a rebound. Drives the basket. Passes to Mitch, who gets fouled by Drummond. Offensive foul. Should have taken a pull-up mid-range jumper. Misses another shot in the paint. Makes a nice steal in the paint. Misses shot in the paint. Gets fouled. Hits both foul shots. Misses an elbow jumper. Layup from pass from Payton after ball knocked away from Noel. RJ gets blocked by Drummond after going up nonchalantly. Passes to Payton for 3. Looks off Knox. 8-second violation. Bad handles. Dribbling way too much. Hits layup off glass. Bad pass. Picked up by Randall for a 3. Another brick 3 as shot clock's running out. So if you look at the breakdown, he's only hitting shots in the paint. He's not hitting anything, not mid-range, not threes, Nothing. Everything is major bricks. So, Mr. Cleveland, I saw this starting to hit you a few days ago. What's your thoughts?
Okay, first off, Mr. Alawise, hey, I'm gonna take a win anywhere I can get them, just like you.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I want to address to the Knicks fan base, because we seem to have this bad misconception that if you like a player, you can't criticize him.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have coaches. That's why you have teachers. They're gonna see what you don't see that you're doing wrong, that you need to fix. When it comes to RJ, if RJ ain't going strictly to the basket, his jump shot is very inconsistent. Very inconsistent.
Brutal.
And that's why I say I'm concerned about him. Because if you're playing the shooting guard, you're supposed to be able to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
If you're playing the shooting guard, you're supposed to be able to shoot. That position is a position of specialty, really. If you're a shooting guard, you're supposed to be able to shoot the ball. So the fact that he's only, when we say he's a one-trick pony, we're talking about in the manner in which he scores. We know he has the ability to pass, but here lately, his passing been lazy.
Terrible.
He's been lazy with his passes and getting them stolen, not having awareness that the defense is around him and ripping him. A lot of that's been going on lately. I don't know where RJ head is at, but it's concerning. And the main credit I can give him is that he has gotten better with his free throws. It's apparent he worked on those on the offseason, but he should have been working on the jump shot.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say about RJ.
But he only got to the line 4 points. And as we said, Tibbs says sometimes if your shot's not dropping, you have to do other things to show your value. But if you're doing lazy passes and you're doing some other stuff, it's like, come on, man, you're supposed to be the leader or the franchise of this team going forth, and you're not showing those things.
That's like this guy in the chat, H, I don't know who it is, says he's freaking 20. I don't care if you're 30. There's expectation when it comes to you putting on a jersey.
The minute you get that paycheck,
then
you're a man and you get that paycheck.
Yeah, I mean, what is wrong with just because you like a player don't mean you can't criticize him.
Yeah.
Man, y'all need to stop it, man. I'm telling you.
Hey, Joe, I'm going to kick it to you in a second. I just want to do a shout out for Our Future Gaming. A great supporter in morning, nights, and he has a super chat. If Knicks want to win and not soft tank, keep Randall and trade for another scorer. Knicks got capped to take on a bad contract. Knicks would have lost this type of game last year. Coaching matters. Well said, RF Gaming.
Victor Oladipo. I'd be making that call because he's cheap and he's going to give you 20. You put Victor Oladipo beside Randall.
Here's the problem with trading.
1 second, Kevin.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go.
Yeah, let Joe finish, please. Thanks. Keep going, Joe. Sorry.
Victor Oladipo because his trade value is low. You throw a first and maybe some of the young guys or whatever. You put him beside Randall. You're taking the ball out of Randall's hands a little bit more, and he's helping RJ because Victor is a 3-level scorer. The only issue I have is his injuries, but if you can get him on the cheap, why not? Because that shows the NBA that the Knicks are trying to make a push, and that speaks out to other stars. When you see, because if the Knicks make the playoffs this year, we could get somebody next year to bring us even further. I'm just saying Victor Oladipo is the perfect guy to go beside Randall because we need guard scoring.
Hey, I've always been a big fan of his. I've always liked him from since Indiana, but I'm old school that I don't like trading for people that had catastrophic leg injuries. And I know it's been a year or so, but he has game, he still does, but scares the hell out of me to make an investment on somebody that had that type of injury, man, where it has to impact your explosion and stuff like that. And he was an explosive player earlier in his career. So
he's looking nice now.
No, I agree. He looked nice.
He looks like he's back to his first year with Indiana. Not last year he wasn't good because I think the injuries got to him, but They say with some of them injuries, it does take a year to get back. So he looks like he's back. My only issue for trading with him is the injuries. But I look into it because of the injuries, you could get him for cheaper than expected.
Yeah, our guy Paris Duggar said guys with leg injuries usually can't play defense, so it catches up with you. And we know he was all NBA. So hey, New York guy, thanks for the kind words. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, so we saw RJ have his way with Victor, and I don't know if that could have happened before that leg injury. So it's a real interesting point. So Kevin,
I
your thoughts?
was just going to say with the whole trading thing, a team like Indiana just isn't going to trade Oladipo for our spare parts just to trade him. I mean, it's not benefiting them at all. I'm pretty sure he want to have a package like DSJ and Frank or someone like that. That's just not going to cut it. And if you're talking about getting a first, if you're pushing for a playoff spot, then that first pick really isn't going to do anything, because you're talking about like a mid first rounder kind of pick. So that's not going to entice anybody. If we were like the top 10, yeah. But, I just don't see how, without having to give up something that's a proven commodity for someone like Victor Oladipo, you're just not going to get them for free. They're not just going to hand them to you. Like, here you go. Here's Victor Oladipo for a bag of chips and some Skittles.
Well,
So,
the thing is, Kevin, he's on an expiring deal. So, and it's known that he's not going to re-sign. So unless they let him walk or they get something back for him.
but don't you think if they put Victor Oladipo out there, there's other teams that probably has more to give him than what we could? Because as it looking, I mean, just being honest, the only commodity we have right now is Julius. And so if you're not giving up Julius or Victor Oladipo, I couldn't see a package of anything unless you give up RJ or Mitch. Then I don't see anything that's going to entice Indiana to give up Victor Oladipo for our spare parts.
To be honest, there's a trade I would make. It'd be Mitch, Knox, and 2 first-round picks for Oladipo and Miles Turner.
You're going to give up Mr. Robinson, Kevin Knox, and 2 first-rounders
The
to
2
Indiana.
Dallas picks.
The 2 Dallas picks. Okay. Not even our picks. The Dallas picks. For Victor Oladipo and not just Victor Oladipo by himself. Victor Oladipo and Miles Turner.
Wait, why are we trading RJ?
Yeah.
He didn't say RJ. He said Mitch and Kevin Knox.
Oh, okay.
For Victor Oladipo and Miles Turner.
Mitch Knox, the 2
and
Dallas
the 2 Dallas picks.
Maybe if you have to throw
no, we don't even have. It's
maybe
1 Dallas pick
2
now. It's 1 Dallas pick.
Well, we have 1 next year and 1 the.
No, we just used the Dallas pick. That's why we had 2.
No, we did. No, we
No,
did.
That's
we
how we
have,
got.
I'm trying to think.
Clippers
What are we
pick.
talking about? We still talking about RJ?
No, that's how we got.
Yeah.
Are we talking about
we had,
trading
we've already,
players?
we've already
Yeah,
spent-
really, man.
We've already used
I'm
one of the
not
Dallas
talking about
picks.
trading RJ or Rondo.
Why y'all changing the narrative?
I'm talking
I
about
was in the bathroom.
Rondo.
The question was RJ.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I was just responding to what he was saying.
Yes, just Ron is right.
Look,
Please
someone
let's
in
just do, because like we're saying, it's crazy after 4 games to even have this kind of talk. And also, nobody, Leon Rose and stuff is not going to be giving up several of our picks
No.
like that. So
Yeah.
But to
take it, Kev.
RJ, how do I? Because
Be honest.
someone said that I painted myself in a corner because if I talk bad about some RJ, then they're just gonna throw knocks in my face. But so they're like, I painted myself in a corner.
You're going to get that thrown in your face anyway, so you should be used
Yeah.
to it.
So
Shout out to the chat, man.
So here's my take on RJ, and I've said this before. RJ's only had 1 good half of basketball, like shooting wise, like 1 out of 4 games, and that was the first half of the first game. Other than that, RJ Barrett has not shot well at all.
It's fair.
Like at all. He literally has been bad ever since the first half of the first game. He's pressed. He has taken bad shots, forced shots. His passing is like his shooting has trickled into other parts of his game. Like his passing and his defense has also suffered as well. And I said this a while ago. I said going into year 2, RJ Barrett doesn't want to have to suffer what Kevin Knox had to suffer. That dramatic step back. And
but he holds the key to that.
Hey, Steve, I'm in to cut Kev off, but Sim trying to get in. If you can shoot him a link and try to get Freezer to let him in.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. I saw him in there. Let me back channel while you guys are taking it.
I try to reach you at the private chat, Steve and Fox, but everybody was talking. I didn't want to interrupt.
Thank you. Hey, Freezy, if you do hear us, could you put the link in so we can get Sim in here?
What is a
Steve. Remember, I didn't get my RJ shot. So
no, we're coming to you. I promise you.
Okay.
Oh no, I was but RJ needs to slow down and realize that, you know, as the chosen one, as he's been anointed the golden child, you know, you can go down that Knox road if you keep this up. You can do it. It's been proven. I hate this box. It's like right here in like my face. I feel like I got to come like rotate my laptop. Can we do something with this box?
It's Freezy's logo. I'm sorry, man. On StreamYard. I'm sorry, man.
That's why
You have a crooked neck tonight.
Yeah, I got to like kind of come over here a little and rotate my laptop and everything. But yeah, he just
your beautiful face, Kevin. We got
but no, he just. I want RJ to succeed. I really do. It's just right now. I think he should sit down. Like tonight, I guess you needed him, but I think Tibbs should just sit him down. Not like bench him or anything, but like, hey, take a seat for a little bit because something ain't right.
He may be tired though. Seriously, no jokes. He may be tired.
He has played a lot of minutes the last 3 games, like a lot of minutes. So I don't know.
Okay.
Whose turn is that?
Yeah, go ahead. I was done.
Is it Chuck or me?
Let's go to Chuck.
Okay.
And we'll come back to you.
Okay. Woo. All right. RJ. For one, I always seen him as a small forward, and a lot of people put him in that shooting guard spot. And if he was a shooting guard, I'd rather have Tyler Harrow, right? Okay. Now the game. As soon as the game started, and I saw they was in a zone, I knew RJ was going to struggle. He cannot prosper against a zone because it forces him to shoot jumpers, or it forces him to go to the hole where defenders are waiting for him. And his percentages are bad with contested shots. So like I said earlier, he got 3 kryptonites. A zone, somebody as strong as him because he played bully ball, or somebody with height and strength like Ben Simmons. Those 3 things are neutralize RJ. So until he get a jump shot, he's gonna struggle. Short, sweet. Ron.
So for me on RJ, yeah, I mean the shooting is not good. I agree with Kevin. If you want to be honest with yourself, you could have made the argument that he's only really had one good half of shooting, but I need him to impact the game in all the other ways that he can. And so for me, I continue to give him a pass because the way I look at it is he just needs reps. He needs reps, and he needs Tibbs to show him which of these shots were good shots, which of them are the ones we want, which of the ones we shouldn't be taking. Are you making the right rim reads? Are you doing the right things on the court that you should be doing with your skill set? And I believe Tibbs is. Here's the thing about RJ. Why I'm not going to give up on him. It's too early, and he cares too much. He's going to get better, and he's a smart enough player to know which shots are good and which are not. Right now, he's struggling, so he's getting it all out of his system. He's getting the reps. I like that he's aggressive. He needs to be aggressive. But we need much more than just the shooting. So obviously, yeah, am I concerned about the 4 for 15s? That's unacceptable. If he's got to get it where it's closer to where we want it. But he's going to be fine. I'm not panicking. He needs to start, and he's going to be a big part of this team. So we got to relax.
Yeah. Hey, Sim, I put a link in there. Let me know if you can get into the chat. I'll post it one more time. I'm trying to do this on the fly, trying to do some stuff behind the scenes without Freezy here. Let me know if you have any luck getting in. So, Ralph,
I'll talk. Yeah, I'll talk. I'll be
Please.
talk. Okay, cool. I just want to say I like RJ's game. I like his aggression, right? I like his aggression, and I like his game. He's drawing fouls. I expect for him to get better at drawing fouls. Ben Simmons does that, and he doesn't shoot threes, and it's very good at it. He's very good at it. He has an amazing game, great defense, so forth and so forth. I could talk about Ben Simmons all day, but I believe RJ Barrett. I'm not going to say he's going to be the same, but he has his tangibles. My whole thing is a lot of people are very big on RJ Barrett on averaging 25 points per game, being super efficient from the field. My whole thing is, and I even made a video, if you want to check me out, God of Moses and Elijah. The only thing that I care about RJ Barrett is how many assists is he getting on the floor. That's really what I care. I could live with the field goal percentages. I could, with Ben Simmons, a person who's a career 550 free throw percentage is still the most dangerous player on the floor when you see him. When you see a player like him, he's arguably one of the most dangerous players. So my whole thing is, what I care about RJ is he plays his bully ball great. Do what you do and get better at it. But he needs to get the team involved too. It can't just be look, I'm happy about Julius Randle. I know Julius Randle has 5 years, but I need RJ Barrett to expand his mindset, and as well as Knicks fans too, about RJ Barrett, and stop falling in love with this whole I want RJ Barrett to average 25 points per game mindset. Wrong. You don't need to average 25 points per game. It doesn't make you I feel what makes you special is when you can get yours, when you can average 15 or 20, you can rebound 5 or 10 per game, and you can also average at least 5 assists per game. I said this before and I said it again. He needs to stop. The ball sticks with him too much. He needs to find the open man. He can command the double team. It will be it only makes your game better when you share the ball, when you share the wealth, when you pass the ball to Kevin Knox, when you pass the ball back. So it's granted the other players have to hit their shots, but it will make RJ Barrett game look so much better if he was sharing the ball. Granted, we still want that killer in him. Yes, we do. But at the same time, I also want that player that's gonna that sees passing the ball as important as rebounding the ball as well as scoring the ball. And I can live with him shooting 3-pointers. I can live I can live with a lot of stuff, but he has to start first. When the minute he starts, he started already with 5 assists, and I think one other game maybe he had 6 assists. Don't could be wrong, but it's the only thing that I look when I look at his stat. When I look, the only thing that I look that I'm upset about is his assist numbers. That means he's not sharing. He's not getting up. He's not sharing the ball, and the ball's sticking with him too much. That's the only thing that can get me upset with him. He needs to start moving the ball, share the ball, and we can start winning games. Until then, today I feel like I'm happy with the win, but today we could have lost. But all I'm saying is we give us ourselves a better chance. If RJ can start passing the ball more and start looking for the winning passes, what was the first that Tip said? I forgot what he said. He said something like to Julius, it was we still got to make those kind of passes, the winning passes, or the read. He needs to make reads and the passes. That's what I asked for RJ. If he can do that, I will still criticize him, but I feel like this guy, we have a side of peace. It's about him moving the ball.
Yep, I agree. So, anybody have anything else to say about RJ?
I do.
Oh,
Yeah.
Take it, fellas. I'm sorry, Rob. You want to go first, and then we'll kick it to Josh.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I've been watching RJ, and I said yesterday that RJ was going to struggle this game because he struggles with height in that big and coming into the lane. But RJ is like this here. I make the analogy with RJ is like this here. RJ is like a married man. And the reason why I say this is when he goes to the basket or he makes a pass, he's committed into what he does. He's not like a player, like somebody that's out there that's going to mess with him. That's why when RJ gets in the lane and he puts up a shot, it's already preconceived what he's going to do. He's going to make a right pass if it's there. And he has to fix that part of his game. When he goes down there amongst the trees, you'll never see RJ go down there and bring it back out. He's going to always try to get the shot over the floater, get the shot in the floater, or draw the foul. He needs to reverse that dribble and bring that ball out. And he's not doing that. And that's why his shooting percentage struggles, because he's forcing shots a lot. And he needs to get rid of forcing shots. He's going to shoot bad his whole career if RJ keep on forcing shots. And everything else is pretty much committed.
So you're saying he got a one-track mind?
Yeah, he doesn't think he doesn't think off the fly. It's a committed, it's a movement, and then it's done. He lives with the results. And then we as Knicks fans live with his results. And if he doesn't change that, he's going to be, like I said before, he's going to fade out real quick.
He's like a bull in the china shop.
Yeah. Hey, hold on 1 second. Hey, Sim, try to get back into the chat, the video chat. We're trying to get you in there because we want you to talk about where we can see you or watch you today on Sportscaster. But we'd love for you to get in to talk about your predicament and also your take. So please try to get in if you'd like. I'll put the stream and I'll touch with Freezy. Just let me know if you're in backstage and can't get in. Thank you. And thanks, Latrell. Thanks, Joe Madden. We're trying to juggle on the fly here because of the limitations on StreamYard. And we do want Sim's voice that's been hampered by YouTube over the last several weeks. So sorry.
I'm just happy I got this box in my screen no more.
Yeah, you get it.
I'm trying to turn the other way, Chuck.
Fox. Sim is backstage now, he says.
Okay, then let me thank you.
All right, good. It's about to move again.
Hey, somebody else
gonna get beat, Chuck. I think it's gonna get beat.
No, it's gonna move down. I think it's gonna be. Yeah.
So, Josh, you finished, Rob?
I think it's gonna get beat.
I'm making a note to Freezy that the fanciness of getting the logo on the premium part of StreamYard ain't working out because somebody's getting blocked out. So you want to take it, Josh, or are you finished, Rob?
What? Well, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. That so he's committed with his move, and it's cost him because now once you watch film on him, you're gonna know what he's gonna do, and he's gonna be easy to shut down if he doesn't change that. And then that's pretty much what I got for him.
Okay,
but
Josh,
you got who I really You got who I really wanted off the panel because I was going to eat Joe Madden up. I was forming at the mouth for him. He's lucky he gone.
You better get in line, Chuck, who's already ahead of you. Hey, a Freeze, if you hear him, please let our guy sim into the show. We really appreciate that. I don't have that key, as you know. So, take it, Josh.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, so a couple things about RJ. First of all, RJ is getting good looks. Okay, he's getting really good looks. The Knicks, period, are getting good looks. I know we talk a lot about us needing a point guard, and we do need a point guard, but for the most part, offensively for the Knicks, the ball's moving around. It's not like the ball's not, we're not getting open looks, we're not getting open shots. So RJ is getting the opportunities he can to score and to knock down shots. He's just not doing it. Okay. So one recommendation I had, because the question was, I was on MBK earlier, and the question was asked, what can Thibodeau do to try to get, RJ out of this slump? And I asked the question, if RJ continues to go along this inefficient path, what about bringing him off the bench and, still giving him the same amount of minutes, but just bringing him off the bench with a different look? That's something we should at least consider. Now, again, if this guy is the guy and the guy that we're building this team around, I don't understand why is it so much to expect, the guy to lead the team in scoring or to do what, he's asked of at his position. You get what I'm saying? So is he the guy or is he not the guy?
Hey, Josh, to your point, what you said about bringing him off the bench with that second unit, you noticed when he was in there with the second unit, he did play better. The team looked better.
So when I asked that question, and people are like going crazy about it, how can you bring RJ Barrett off the bench? And it's just like, he's inefficient. He's not really doing that well with the starting unit. You can blame Peyton, you can blame Randall, but those guys are not going to get benched. You're not going to bench Randall. You can't bench Randall now. It's impossible to do that because the guy's basically our best player. And when he's on the floor, he makes everyone better around him. But RJ Barrett is getting good looks. You just got to knock down those shots. I don't understand what's wrong with holding this guy accountable. Hold him accountable as either he is the guy or is he's not the guy right now. And
you know what it is, Josh?
He's 20 years old. Hold on, Ron. Hold on. He's 20 years old, right? So that's all understandable. I'm taking all that into account. So if he's not the guy right now at 20 years old, why not bring him off the bench? He can still get his shots off the bench.
But you know what it is? Some people think you can't like a player and criticize him. Tibbs like those players. I guarantee he criticizing them.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's gonna make you better. You don't want a bunch of yes.
RJ.
Yeah, that's what it is. RJ. Exactly. So the thing is, if you want to get better, you got to get criticized.
Mm-hmm. Don't let Freezy hear y'all.
Some people like to hear what they want to hear and have a bunch of people telling them about how great they are, and that's what got a lot of people head messed up. But you need to get your chin checked sometime to let you know you ain't as great as you think you are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's my thing. I want to see RJ succeed. I want to see him, do well, and I believe he will get better as time goes along. But as of right now, him being inefficient, what was he? What 4 for? What was it? 15? 4 for 15 from the field. He made 4. He wasn't even getting to the free throw line as much as he should have been. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's
going in amongst those trees. That's what
them refs ain't giving him their call like that. I must say
they're not supposed to.
He's getting beat up. He's getting beat up when he going in there. You're right, Chuck. He's forcing it.
So again, we have to ask ourselves the question: is this the dude that we were supposed to build around? And that was the issue since day one that I had with RJ. Everyone was talking about this guy is going to be that dude coming into this season. We didn't expect Julius Randle to have the type of season he's having right now. We didn't expect that.
What they like about RJ?
Everyone.
Ralph was the only one. Ralph was the only one who saw that.
Yeah,
Ralph saw it. I didn't see it.
So RJ, RJ is not. He's just not that dude right now. So if he continues to shoot this way, be inefficient. He was inefficient last season too, along with the poor free throw shooting. The free throw shooting is getting better this season, but inefficient. He was known not to be that good of a shooter coming out of college. So we knew what we were getting when it came to that. So why not bring him off the bench with the second unit and have him grow and continue to grow? Why start him right away, especially right now when the Knicks really don't even need him as much because offense is not the problem. The ball is moving around and guys are all getting their touches, really good touches at that. So I don't see why not, to be honest.
They don't want you to criticize RJ because he's a rookie, because he's 20 years old. You can't say nothing about RJ because he's 20 years old.
Yeah, Kevin, you'll go in a second. Hey, just 1 second, Tim. If you could hear me, I've tried calling, I've tried texting, I'm trying everything. I'm doing out smoke signals to get you in, so I'm doing everything I can, man. Just want to let you know there backstage. I hope.
One last point I want to make about this RJ thing: just because you send someone to the bench does not mean that is a demotion, so to speak. Right? Everyone wants to. No, I don't think
pretty much the definition of a demotion.
No, but it's not. You know why? I'm gonna tell you why it's not. I'm gonna tell you why it's not. So everyone wants Emmanuel quickly to start over Alfred Payton, right? But you can come off the bench and still get more minutes than the starter. And on top of that, you can have minutes, like you said, Steven, you can have that person in to finish the game. So this is just something different to put out there with RJ, to get him in there with the second unit, bring him off the bench, the first guy off the bench, and see how that goes. And he's not shooting inefficient. He's not shooting efficient as it is.
But that's not going to change his game.
I want to respond to that. Chuck, you finish. When you finish, Chuck, I want to talk.
I'm done.
Well, whether he start or come off the bench, that's not going to change his game. His game is based on who's guarding him. If somebody smaller is guarding him, he's going to take them to the hole and bully him. If somebody his size is guarding him, he's going to have trouble. If somebody bigger than him is guarding him, he's going to have trouble.
So is he the guy? Is he the guy? Is he the guy then?
I never said he was.
No, he's not Batman, but he could be your Robin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying you're not going to win with him as your best player. You're not.
Or not right now. Scorer, not right now, at least.
As your best scorer. You're not winning with him as your best scorer. He could be a second or third, perfect third option.
He keeps shooting like that, he'll be an Alfred. So.
I told you about Landry Fields, man. I told you about Landry Fields.
I waited for Chuck. Now, I want to say something real fast. Now, the only thing I want to say is
out about Landry Fields.
Hold on, Ronnie. Let me get a second.
You'll take it. Just do me a favor, get in frame.
Okay, cool. Hey, I just wanted to say that for RJ to come off the bench, I think that's too premature, especially for a number 3 pick. I don't know if I would do that now after 3 games. I think that's a little bit of a stretch.
Not right now. Down the road. I'm talking about if he continues.
Okay, maybe he would say that.
I did say that. I said if he continues to be inefficient, let's say 20 games, down the road, if he continues to be inefficient, then we may need to consider that just to try to get him going.
Right, trade deadline. Maybe trade deadline. I'll consider it to moving him to backup, but I think that's too far. That's another thing. Let me finish. Hold on. It's gonna be real quick, and I'm done. And another thing is, I would move him. I like that what Chuck said, moving him to the small forward area. If he could move to a small forward and also make look to pass instead of looking to shoot so many shots, I think that would be a better look. That's the only thing I can say that I would like to see this year. Have RJ play the 3 and have.
He is playing the 3 though, guy. He is.
Can I say something?
It looks like he's okay. Go ahead.
What Chuck said is. It makes no sense because if you say
I'm about to get my plate, go ahead.
If you say okay, RJ shouldn't play the 2 because okay, hold on, let me start this. If you say RJ is better against smaller players and can bully them, then he's fine. But if he plays against bigger players, that's when he has an issue. So you want to move him to a position where he has to go up against bigger players.
No. My point was
my small forward usually bigger than the shooting guard?
No.
Or am I in the twilight zone?
Well, wait a minute. My point was he's not a traditional 2 because traditional shooting guards can shoot, right? And body wise, he's a big guy, right?
Look like a small forward.
He's a right small forward size, correct? Or
he's a little bit smaller than a traditional small forward, I think.
He's a tweener. He's a tweener. Put it like that. In between.
But his game is more small forward, correct?
But what you said is if he struggles against bigger players, why would you want to put him in a position that primarily will go against bigger players?
But that's not all right. For one, the defense could put whoever they want on him. His offense is going to be what it is. You know what I'm saying? Just because he's at the shooting guard don't mean the other team's shooting guard is going to guard him. All right. So
no, I understand that part.
Okay.
That part I do. But depending on who you have, well, to Ronald Miller, this goes to you in the chat. It depends who you have at the 3 spot for the defense to respect them to put a traditional 3 on them. I don't think Reggie Bullock is that player because I don't. I can put my niece on Reggie Bullock and be fine with that.
Okay, so you make
Man, do we gotta go to this?
my point.
Listen. We are not about to do this every time somebody has. We did this the other night when Elfrid Payton had a good game. Like, oh, Elfrid Payton, now Reggie Bullock has a good game. Oh, Reggie Bullock is garbage. I will not give up that fact. Reggie Bullock is garbage.
Well, basically, all it comes down to
be garbage.
All it comes down to is matchups, right? So if Chuck, if by that logic, if bigger players are going to have a better time against RJ, then they'll just put the 3 on RJ rather than to guard RJ rather than the 2. So it doesn't. Well, but it doesn't matter where you are. Where are you at the 2 or the 3? That doesn't matter because the other team can always exploit the matchup with the bigger guy, whether it be the 2 or the 3. So it doesn't really matter in that sense.
No, what I'm trying to say is you want your 2 to be a shooter. You want your 2 to be that Klay Thomas.
I get that. I'm talking about the defenders that go up against RJ. I'm talking about the opposition. So no matter where you put RJ at the 2 or the 3, the other team, if they know based on your logic that a bigger guy can do a better job against RJ, whoever it is, whether it's the 2 or the 3 on the opposing team, they're going to put that person on RJ to try to slow him down. So it doesn't really matter where you put him at the 2 or the 3. It doesn't matter.
It don't.
Okay, it does. Right, it doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying. His game is going to be the same regardless. You can neutralize him. You can neutralize him with a zone, or you can neutralize him with that bigger player.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey fellas, let's change it up and let's talk about Frank. So Frank at the half had 3 points, 2 assists, 2 rebounds, 2 steals, no turnovers, 2 personal fouls in the first half. And he finished the game with 5 points, 2 for 5 shooting, 1 for 3 from 3, 0 for 1 from the line, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, which is his magic number that no matter how much he plays, he gets 3 assists or none, like the other night. 2 steals, 0 blocks, 1 turnover in 16 minutes. So in 16 minutes, he had 3 assists. So my notes, my 30-second take on Frank tonight. He didn't take a shot when open, passed to Randall that caused the turnover.
Yeah.
Makes up for it with a steal. Bad pass to a streaking Knox who missed the layup where instead of getting the ball to him this way, Knox had to get the ball this way, knocked his timing off, and he missed that layup. Senseless foul at midcourt with 4 seconds left in the first quarter. Foul Sexton, stupid foul again. They're in the bonus. Pass to Knox for a 3. Another inaccurate pass to Bullock, out of bounds to Knicks. Hits 3 from top of key from pass from Randall. Frank pass to Noel, who gets fouled by Drummond. Nice pass to Randall for mid-range jumper from foul line. Terrible lob attempt leads to turnover. Lots of dribbling that's going nowhere. Hits foul line jumper, misses runner, gets rebound, all alone, doesn't shoot, pulls the ball back out, misses 3-pointer, misses technical foul. Randall called for foul because of Frank's bad handles. He's dribbling too much. So I noticed when they took Payton out, the whole flow changed when Frank came in there. And he's just not a point guard, and that you could see it in his eyes. And I thought it was like contagious. Right after he was afraid to shoot, Randall looked like a second guessed himself. And it was like, man, this guy's planting a negative seed. Get Frank out of here. So let's kick it. Josh, you want to take it?
I'll take it. Yes, I'm not gonna be on that long. So I already knew that both Frank and DSJ were on the outside looking in when it came to point guard. That the point guard, the guy.
1 second, Josh. Hey, I agree. Ronald Miller, he did play good on D, and that's his thing. But there's more to being a point guard or running the thing than just playing the D. Sorry, Josh, take it.
Yeah, so from the get-go, especially once Quickly came in there and started lighting it up at the point guard position, I already knew that Frank and DSJ were on the outside looking in when it came to the point guard. Now, is there a role for Frank on this team as the off-ball guy? Absolutely, because of his defense. And he can come in there and knock down that occasional that occasional 3-pointer. There is a role for him off the ball. And in spot minutes, especially where we need to have some defense on the court, Frank definitely has a role on this team. But as the point guard, he is on the outside looking in. And there's like he's in his third, fourth year in the NBA, and we're trying to teach him how to play point guard. We need to develop him to play point guard. That's not that you can't really teach a guy how to play point guard his fourth year in the NBA at this level. You just can't do it. Quickly came in and out the gate, he was doing your basic point guard one-on-one stuff that we haven't had here in a very, very long time. So I would say that as far as point guard is concerned, Frank is not going to be a point guard. Now he does a lot of things well defensively. And his ability to play his role. He's not going to go out there and get you 12 to 15 points. That's not going to happen every night. But he is going to come in, play solid defense, and get you those spot points. Outside of that, as the point guard, nah. And on top of that, when Elfrid Payton was out the game, when Elfrid Payton was out the game and Frank was on the court by himself, Julius Randle was bringing the ball up the court. Julius Randle was setting up the offense. You know what I'm saying? So I really just don't see that role for him as the point guard moving forward. But does he have a role? Absolutely.
Yeah, he's a defensive specialist that is developing a three-pointer and has some point guard skills, but he's not a point guard. So, Rob, you want to take it?
Oh, yeah, Frank, I'm going to keep it short and sweet with Frank. Frank is the Batman utility belt. He's something that you put out, you use, and then you put it back in. His impact on this game right here was minimal, but he did play defense, and he did what was one of the keys to the game. Helped shut down them guards, and you win the game, and it took place. And Frank was a part of that with his skill set. Other than that, it's not too much really to say about Frank.
Yeah, exactly. And like you were saying, which was a great point, that they shot 21.9% from three. The team, but he held the guards down there, and they came into the game leading the NBA in shooting and especially 3-point percentage. So again, a shout out to Frank, Tibbs, and the whole team for running him off that 3-point line or just making it difficult for him, contesting every shot. What you think, Ron?
We done went down this road with Frank. Frank is a combo. Frank is definitely a combo guard. And really, you can steal him sometimes as the small forward too. You can put him on that because he's so long. You know what I mean? But if you want to just stick him in one position, that's never going to be Frank. He has to move around.
Yeah. Hey, Freezy, if you're listening, please let our guy Sim in. Please free Sim. Hey, Chuck, take it.
Okay. The Batman utility belt with one wrench.
I love this man.
You funny boy.
Frank is a no trick pony. His defense is overrated. He grabs all the time. Let's see what did he do today? He threw a couple of slow passes that got picked off by his man. All right, if you stick him at point guard, he can't dribble, right? And he can't beat his man. Like, you could trap him with one person. Like, he will make it.
Hey, fellas, seriously, for Chuck, didn't it show you tonight his handles are terrible?
It is.
Well, it's better than Knox.
It is.
That's no doubt, but Knox is not a one. He's a three.
Hey, Tatum is how tall is Tatum?
Well, you're talking about an elite player and a guy that
you said you're making an excuse for his height. Well, he can't dribble. Keep going.
Well,
Chuck.
he's 6'10". Okay. He's 6'8". Okay.
All right. Everything Frank does is slow. Like, my TV should turn into black and white every time he gets the ball. Even his bricks be slow off the rim. Like, it's bad.
Oh my God.
Man said he was going to have 15 or 12, and I said he would have 7.
And he got them 12 last night. If he'd have made them ones that he missed, because he missed how many shots?
Count shots that missed. No. You said he was going to double up tonight. You said he was going to have a
I'm
repeat.
glad I didn't go way out on a limb because I said
Yeah.
50. I said, nah, I think he might get 12 again tonight.
Yeah, you
But
said
I
he was
told
going
him he's
to
going
have
to average 12 for the season. I'm going to stick to that.
I'm glad you did.
I'm going to stick to that.
And you said he was going to have a repeat performance, and
he let me down. He let me down tonight in the worst way.
And I told you he would. You got to listen to me. DM me before you speak sometime. But
he ain't let me down as much as DSJ has. I ain't had no expectation for him when we got him.
All right, so he ain't let you down then. If you ain't have expectations for him, you can't be let down. You fell right into that one.
As Coach Color says, Frank is who Frank is.
Yeah, he is.
We saw that tonight, and we saw that, he'll hit some threes, but he'll just go back to the same thing. Slow dribble. Did I say dribble yet?
Everything is slow. It's like, hurry up and give me a pick. Get this guy off of me. It's like he needs help. He should wear a help me shirt. Like, he can't do nothing on his own, man. And he needs to be traded tomorrow
with DSJ
before his value go any lower. Like,
I don't think it's gonna go any lower.
If you need to throw DSJ in there, do it.
Him and Bullock, them three need to go.
Yeah.
And no, not Bullock.
Bullock's name.
Bullock got to go. Say the execution.
Bullock can shoot. The only reason why you're gonna have to trade Bullock is for somebody to take them other two. That's why you're gonna have to put Bullock in.
No. Frank, DSJ, and Knox. Get those three bums out of here.
You know what? I will not.
Hey, Kev, before you go, I'm gonna have to run there. But I did want to say this, but Kev, right quick before I go, and I ain't heard nobody speak on it all night. Did y'all see when Kevin Knox almost tore his ACL, MCL, and PCL?
When he fell on the floor,
He's laughing because he saw it. Oh my God! I like he about to be out for the season, man. That thing is bad. Garland crossed him up so bad tonight. Hey, look at the replay.
First off, that was
it's probably on YouTube.
I don't. You know what? Never mind.
All right,
you know, no losing plays.
Hold on. I want to talk about Frank too. I want to get in.
I'm almost done. That's right. I was on Knox. Knox threw that entry pass into the third row.
And you know something? I think Tibbs has an issue with Knox because last game he made that rebound. He threw that ball way out. He took Knox out, and he was angry. And tonight he did that terrible alley-oop for
he was on Space Jam
for a turnover, and we saw very little after that of Knox, man. And hey, just real quick, here's my real quick recap of Knox's night. And again, Knox 6 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 turnovers, 3 personal fouls in the first half. He finished the game with 6 points, 2 for 3 shooting, 2 for 2 from 3, nothing from the line, 1 rebound, no assist, no steals, no block.
Frank played better than that.
1 turnover.
16 minutes.
The 3 personal fouls in 16 minutes. He was a 14. He hit a 3 from a pass from Randall, his first touch of the night. A nice kick out to Bullock, who misses an open 3. He misses a layup, but it was a bad pass by Frank, who didn't lead him. Picks up his second foul at 11:30 of the second quarter. He fouls Drummond. Hits a 3 from a pass from Frank. He picks up his third foul at 10:30 of the second quarter. Tibbs immediately takes him out and speaks to him on the sidelines. Then the last thing I have is that terrible alley-oop pass for a turnover. Nothing else from Knox for the rest of the night.
Hey, I'm gonna get out of here, fellas. I'm gonna get out of here. Good night, y'all. I'll see you.
Josh, I'm sorry for the little time, man. I was trying to get you in earlier, but it's a pleasure as always.
Oh, absolutely.
All right,
no worries. See y'all in the morning.
All right, fellas. Hey, I'm out too, man. Y'all have a good one.
Ron, thank you. As always, please go to Man. It's the Knicks. Great content, great guy. We support him. Congratulations on your subscribers going through the roof. But they love your content and they love you, and rightly so.
Hey, Steve, Chuck, I need you to come back on, Chuck.
No doubt.
All right. Hold on. I want to talk about Frank real quick.
You want me to
hear you talk about Frank? If I hear you talk about Frank, I'm gonna be here till next week.
No. It's gonna be short.
You promise?
Yeah.
Hey, the clock. I'm gonna time you now.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
I'm gonna time you.
My whole thing. Look, I said this to Steve, and I think I said this on this show twice. This is gonna be my third time. I actually said this with you, Ron, but my biggest issue with Frank is that he's just terrified on that floor. He's scared. I think the NBA is too big for him. I'm starting to wonder. Sorry, I'm going to say that. I'm starting to wonder if the NBA simply is just too big for him, because I think he has fundamentally, I think he has some tools, but when you're scared to death, like Frank is, and how look what even Steve
Don't
Fox
showboat that Julius playing good now.
I'm not trying to showboat. I'm not trying to show.
And hey, just 1 second, Ralph. A week or so ago, I made a joke that said, I said to my wife that if the Knicks did the Wizard of Oz, that DSJ would be the Scarecrow because he'd be singing "If I Only Had a Brain." Kevin Knox would be the Tin Man, "If I Only Had a Heart," and I said Frank would be the Cowardly Lion. And then Ralph last night says, I think he's afraid. And you know what? I agree with you, man. You're right on target.
This is the problem. When you're scared, look, you could have the tools. You could have. He came from France. Tony, what's his name? Tony Parker, all that stuff. I get it, but when Frank in the NBA right now, Frank is terrified to death.
He ain't afraid defensively.
No,
it's the offensive side. I'll agree with you on the offensive side. He's not aggressive. I agree with that.
He's one of those. I'm so scared that I just want to play defense and I don't want to make a mistake.
I don't think it's so much. That's what it is. I think he's afraid of making a mistake. Let's be real. Since the guy been here, the guy always had to do this.
And this is
look
why.
Look at the coaches. Always looking at the coach. You can't play like that.
Yeah, but it's not even just coaches no more. It's just him now. And the whole thing is,
think about it. If your whole NBA career, every time you've been playing, you had to do this, look at the coach to get the green light to do anything on the court, that's gonna mess with your head. You can't play like that, man. But to your point, I agree. Offensively, he is timid.
He's scared. No,
he's very timid.
Truth is, he's scared with the ball.
He's very timid
with the ball. You give him the ball, he is terrified. I'm gonna tell you what.
Defensively, I'll take him any day.
But I know,
I know I can throw him in there. He gonna cause havoc on the defense.
Ron, but that's why people like Chuck have a point when he says, when Chuck says something like, "Hey, he's not gonna be he can't make he's not built for the NBA." It holds weight because why? Anybody who's scared shouldn't be doing anything.
Let me share something with you. There's been a lot of players that don't score offensively, but they're in the league because they got.
But they're not scared. But they're not scared. We talking fear now.
But you know what? It still boils down to the same thing. These same players I'm gonna talk about couldn't shoot to save their life. But if you throw them on a player defensively, they had that same it factor when it came to defense that Frank got. So I ain't gonna let you slander the man.
No, totally. I'm not trying to slander the man.
Offensively, he's a zero.
Ron, it's not the zero that's the problem. It's not that his shooting that's the problem. It's not even his passing that's the problem. It's the fear. You cannot take him to the foxhole with you. You said that
he's afraid on defense?
He's afraid on the floor. He's afraid.
So if you say he's afraid on the floor, that means the whole time he's out there. You can bring him in like what you call it said. Like Josh said, you can have him play defense.
Look, you said this on.
I can tell you like right now.
Let me finish. I said let me say this little quick piece, and I'll give it right back to you. You said this on your show with Joe Madden. If you're scared, I wouldn't want you in the foxhole with me. You can't have Fred with you. Why? Not because it's defense. It's not because you can have somebody who can score.
In the role that I want him to play, I can have him defensively. Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, let me share something with you about being a soldier. Hey, I'm gonna share something. But hey, I'm gonna share something with you about being a soldier. All soldiers don't do the same thing, player. You got something. Hey, you need it. Hey, I let you go now. Come on now. Some soldiers. You have that they're gonna be the ones giving orders. You're gonna have some soldiers that are gonna take orders. You're gonna have some soldiers you're gonna have to go pick up and carry along with you. Everybody ain't built the same, even though they got on the same uniform. And it's the same thing in basketball. Everybody don't have the same roles. I'm telling you right now.
I agree.
We'll go to another team where he's not asked to do what he did to do for us because we was looking for him in a point guard role. And I agree, he's not a point guard. Didn't you just hear me say that? I didn't go contrary to that. So, but I know you can use this guy for his defensive prowess. I know he can affect teams defensively. Ask Trey Young, ask Kimba, ask James Harden. Let me keep going.
Let me make a quick point.
Not on Frank. He did not have 60 on Frank. Do the research.
Ron, my whole thing is in the NBA, right? In the NBA, you could leave Frank wide open. Now, if it would have been France, I think Frank could possibly be more confident, and he would. And
that same Frank you talk about in France, bust the U.S.
I agree, but let me finish it, and I'll give it right back to you. Frank in France would have more confidence in taking that open shot. Not even just an open three. I'm talking about open shots. I know, but my whole thing is it's not the 5 points that's the problem, Rob. It's not the 5 points that's the problem. It's that you can't have somebody who's scared to death on the floor. Once you scared, it's one thing to say, "Hey, listen, I need a defensive player."
You got to put that in context, man. The man is timid. I'm telling you, the man is timid on the offensive end. Everybody know that. That's well documented. Tell me something that I don't know, but you ain't gonna tell me the man is scared on defense, because that's a lie, and you'll be lying through your teeth if you say that. You know better than that, man. Come on, it's one thing to make points. Don't exaggerate. And you exaggerating right now.
He's catching quick fouls too, so I feel like he's catching. Who's not to say that he's not scared too if he's catching those quick fouls?
Ralph, you exaggerating, man. Stop it.
You don't think?
I told you I ain't got time to be here till next week. Didn't I tell you that?
I'm gonna bring the conversation right back because he's the one that started.
Ladies, I want to hear Sim talk about Frank right quick.
We're gonna give it to Sim. All I want to say is this part. When you're scared to death, you're scared to shoot, and you're quick to create fouls.
You ain't saying nothing but the man defense, though. You just talked about one thing. You done said that a million times. Talk about the man defense.
Ron, I like defense, but if you're scared, I can't.
Obviously, you don't. You like offense. All you like is offense.
All right. Hey, enough. Hey, Sim, I had to call my Uncle Vito in Brooklyn to pull some strings to get Freezy. I am so sorry, man. I told you.
It's all good, man. Freezy's taking care of business.
I know. He's good people, in fact, because I said to him, he goes, what's urgent? And I went, I don't want Sim sitting back there. He goes, oh, I was in front of, I thought you had a health problem. And I went, no, I do. My blood pressure is getting crazy. I don't want to ever do this to the Godfather, man.
It's all good.
So, Sim, you heard us talking about RJ.
I heard everything. RJ, Frank.
Hey, I need Sim to talk about Frank because I got to get going. But I want Sim perspective from a coach about Frank.
I think the thing with Frank on both sides, we just got to recognize what Frank is.
That's the problem.
He is a defender, and that, like Ron was saying, he's a defender. That's his role, to be a defender, right? If people are expecting him to come out because Alec Burks wasn't there tonight to come out and score 20 points, it wasn't going to happen. You're losing it.
Is everybody turned off everything other than StreamYard? I'm hearing some background stuff. So I want everyone to hear still nice and clear. Just make sure everything's off, please, everyone.
Hey, Ralph, you heard that? So with that, I'm out. Hey, Sim, good to see you, man. Listen sometime, Ralph.
Take care, Ron.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what people was expecting from Frank, then they were losing it. That's not what you're going to get from Frank, right? So in this game tonight, what were you asking Frank to do? You were asking Frank to play some defense on Colin Sexton, play some defense on Darius Garland, and that's it. They asked him to handle the ball. Look, I mean, Frank is not going to be a point guard in the NBA. He's going to play off the ball, right? He's going to play off the ball. He's going to defend other guys that maybe play on the ball, maybe play off the ball. He's forced into playing a point guard role tonight, right? That's why you seen in preseason when he was out there with DSJ was on the ball because he has a stronger handle of the basketball, right? Even though you would think that you would want Frank on the ball and DSJ off the ball so that DSJ can do what DSJ does if he can still do it. You would think that, but Frank's not as strong on the basketball. That's why, Frank, gets too much pressure, he gets a little bit of pressure, he's not going to try to beat the guy that's in front of him. He's going to pass the ball to whoever is standing next to him coming up the floor, right? Because that's not what he does. But I'm not saying that as a bad thing, though, Rob. Right? I'm really not saying that as a bad thing. That's what he does. You know, if you have a player, one of the things that I hate the most from a player is someone who doesn't know their limitations. When you have a player that doesn't know their limitations, that's when you start to get turnover after turnover after turnover and messed up play after messed up play, right? Because you get someone who thinks, let's say Frank thought that he was a crazy ball handler and had all this speed and could beat somebody in front of him, right? Which he can in the right situations, he can beat the guy in front of him. We've seen Frank go past somebody and go to the basket before, but that's not what he does, and he's not going to do that. Okay. So do you want him to try to beat somebody, or do you want him to say, here, I'm going to give the ball to you and let me go do what I can do best?
I can answer. Can I answer that?
Right. Hold on. Let me finish. Right.
Keep his flow, Ralph.
If you in the situation that you're in now, Frank has to be on the floor. There is no Emmanuel Quickly. There is no Dennis Smith Jr. There is no Austin Rivers. He's not playing Jared Harper. So you want Frank to do what he does. Right? He's forced to be out there on the floor. We'll see what happens when these other guys get back, if he's going to play or not. That's going to be up to Tom Thibodeau. But if he's going to be out there playing, let him do what he does. And if handling the ball is not what he does, then give it to somebody to handle the basketball and let him do what he does best. And that's play defense. And, maybe get a few shots off the ball. I think he's shooting about 50% from three so far this season. It's only 4 games in. We'll see if he can continue to shoot at a high clip from the 3-point line. Right? But what he's going to be is a defender. I mean, people always talk about the 3-and-D guys. Let him, if that's what he's going to end up being, then that's what he's going to end up being. Freezy talks about it all the time. Your Tony Allen type of guys.
Bruce Bowen.
Right? Bruce Bowen type of guys. Those guys were vital pieces to very, very good championship level teams. Maybe that's what he turns out to be. But we're all expecting him to be a point guard because that's what people, that's what he was so-called drafted as, to be a point guard or a lead guard. He may not turn out to be that. Probably not, may not. He's not going to turn out to be that for the most part. So if he's not with the Knicks, any team that he's goes to, and I can tell you what, when he does go to another team, the expectations are going to be different, right? He's not going to be the 8th pick for that team. He's not going to be making $7 million for that team, or maybe he does, or, depending on what the salary scales are, right? But they're going to look at him and say, you know what, this is a guy that can come in and give us some spot minutes to play defense. That's what we're bringing him in as. And then the expectations for him are going to be different. Right now, Knicks fans have all these crazy expectations because he was an 8th pick instead of looking at him for what he is. And maybe they made the wrong 8th pick. Who knows? But we just got to look at him for what he is. A defender that you hope can sometimes knock down that 3. And so far this season, he's been able to knock down the 3.
Yeah.
Hey, Sam.
My whole thing, Sam, is I've also compared him to Tony Allen earlier this season. My whole thing is if you give Tony Allen the ball, he's not going to be scared to death with the ball. And that's my problem with Frank. And this is not a small problem no more in my eyes, right? In my eyes, if you're scared, if this is not a small problem no more, it's become a big problem, bigger than I feel that you guys are seeing, right? That a player who is scared on the floor is also creates havoc for the team. It's not a good thing. It's one thing to have a Tony Allen who knows his role, and who knows who he is, and knows his limitation, and is confident in what he brings, and is confident in everything that he's doing. Because if you're confident in what you're doing, everything goes well. I believe everything goes right within the game. But if you're not confident, you're going to be creating 3 fouls within 5 or 10 minutes. You're also going to hesitate on your jump shots. It's not a good thing. That's why I'm starting to feel that right now my biggest concern is is the NBA too big for him? That's my thing. It's not even the minutes. Look, it's not about make or miss shots. Everybody makes their shots. Everybody misses. We have the defenders in this league that we have all kinds of players in this league, and there's a role for everybody. My whole thing is there's a very, very little role for a player who is just scared to death to hesitates to shoot the ball, hesitates and is arguably scared on defense and creating ticky-tack fouls.
Yeah.
I think that's all together within that player.
But see, that's why I disagree. I don't think he is afraid. Is he hesitant at times? Yes, he's hesitant. He doesn't know when he's going to take a shot, when he's not going to take a shot. I think there's a difference between being hesitant and not understanding when to take a shot,
or thinking too much,
or hesitating and thinking too much because he doesn't want to make a mistake, than being afraid. When you're afraid to play the basketball game, I mean, you'll know when someone is really afraid to play the basketball game. I don't think he's afraid to play the basketball game. I think he doesn't understand when to take his shots, when not to take a shot. Some nights he does. Some nights, there are times last season when you seen that he just said forget about it and he just played aggressive.
I'm talking about this year. I just want to say I'm talking about this year.
I know, but what I'm saying, you're 4 games into the season, so you got to talk about some things that happened in the past, because he could come out in the next game and be super aggressive, and everyone says, see, he can be aggressive. So I mean, there are going to be times when, for him, there's times when he's hesitant to shoot the ball, and there are times when he's not hesitant to shoot the basketball. It's in his head. To me, it's in his head. He doesn't know when to do it, doesn't exactly know how he's going to do it, when he should be doing it, if he wants to do it. That's how he plays the basketball game. And I think when you're a coach, you recognize that's how he plays the basketball game. So we don't want him in these situations. We got to put him in this type of situation. Now, if he has other players that can handle it in all situations, then that's what he goes with. But right now, this is who he has to go with. And, what he gave you in the last 2 games helped to lead you to victories in the last 2 games.
Right.
Hey, so if I can jump in just a little bit. Hey, peace to the chat. Hey, what's up, Sim?
Hey, what's going on, Freeze?
Hey, so I'm gonna disagree with you right here. And so this is why I think Frank is not hesitant to shoot, and he's definitely not scared. What I think Frank is looking to defer a lot because he knows shooting is not his thing. I think he does what comes natural to him. Like, I think he doesn't take those shots because he wants to give those shots to other people. That's my opinion on it, right? And then so a smart basketball player would take the wide open shot, or an more aggressive scorer would take the wide open shot. But the thing with the Tony Allen, Bruce Bowen comparison that I think sometimes people may not understand where I'm going is Tony Allen and Bruce Bowen did not become the caliber of player that their reputation had risen to until they were 25. And I think I think Frank is 22, right?
Yeah.
So I think Frank can rise to that. And Macri was on yesterday. What's today? So Macri was on Monday, and he kind of disagreed. He felt like they may be out of Frank's league. I think if we look at Frank for who he is, like just perimeter defender, knock down that 3. Our flower for Frank is gonna bloom when he hits that 25-year-old age, when his body is fully matured, when he understands his role, when he's adapted to the culture, and all that stuff, man. And so when Frank hits that and people don't, and Knicks fans are not patient, and so that's one of the reasons why when I say that go down that road to being Bruce Bowen, I'm not saying that Frank has arrived. I'm saying continue on that road. By the time Frank gets 24, 25, 26, he'll be an elite level defender and knock down that 3. But the thing about that, though, is with his contract coming up, that made his 25 age maybe 2 or 3 contracts away. Are Knicks going to be patient enough to wait on Frank to get there? So I don't think they will. Right? I can see Frank going somewhere like the Celtics or the Nets and being a thorn in our side to have us look like LOL Knicks, just like we normally do, because we're not patient enough to wait on my man to develop into that thing. Because Frank still wants to be a point guard, and we don't see him as that. But if Frank sees himself as that, what we see or say doesn't necessarily matter. All we can do is critique the situation. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I mean, Frank didn't play point guard when he was in France.
Right.
Right. People think that he played point guard. He didn't play point guard when he was in France. They played a triangle, which really doesn't have a point guard. You know, he was more of a lead guard. He'd come up, he'd pass the ball to the high post, and he'd cut past the high post player and go over into the corner and then wait for a screen to come down to the corner so he can come up off the screen and maybe get a handoff from the high post player and then look to penetrate into the middle and then dish it off somehow, right? Because they played that triangle type of game. He wasn't really a point guard. You know, he was kind of a lead guard. There were other guys when they did play point guard that did more of the actual point guard type of roles, meaning coming off of screening roles, you know, manning the offense, sending guys this way and that way. You know, one thing before I even get off of it, I just want to remind everybody this, because, you know, I've already seen the argument, you know, so many times, and this is about all of our young players. I want you to remember this. Obi Toppin is going to be 23 years old in March. And the argument with Obi Toppin all the time is that he's a rookie. He's a rookie. He's a rookie. Well, he's going to be a 23-year-old rookie when you come in March. And you still got Kevin Knox, who's younger than him. You got Mitchell Robinson, who's younger than him. Frank Ntilikina, who's younger than him. Dennis Smith Jr., who was younger than him. All of these guys that are younger than Obi Toppin. So if you're going to be patient for Obi Toppin to develop because he's a rookie, then be patient for these guys to continue to grow because they're younger than him. And if they waited around, if they would have waited around, then they'd be rookies at a later age too.
Sam, you left out RJ Barrett.
RJ Barrett, of course, RJ Barrett.
All right.
You know,
Right, yeah, of course. Hey, Frank is Tim Tebow. Tebow wanted to be a quarterback. Frank wanted to be a point guard. How it worked out for Tim Tebow?
and I'll say this. Every single year, we always talk about all these other guys playing, Frank not playing, Frank being left out, all these other guys. And it always ends up coming back down that Frank is on the floor somehow, some way. So, you know, we'll see what happens this season, but it seems to happen that way for the past 3 years. And then he ends up being on the floor, even though, you know, he goes to the bench and then he's on the floor, goes to the bench and then he's on the floor. We'll see what happens with him this year.
They can't get rid of him. You have to have value to go somewhere. That's the only reason why he's still on the team.
I definitely disagree with that. They could have. I mean, if they wanted to trade him, I'm sure they could have. I don't think they really tried.
They did.
If they wanted to trade him, you know, I mean, if you wanted to really want to trade him and put a package together with multiple players, you could have added him into a package to go someplace. I mean, if they want, we'll see if it happens at the trade deadline. He's in the last year of his contract. He was in the last year of his contract a year ago, and they could have traded him.
They gauged his trade value for like 3 years and couldn't.
No. But what I'm saying though, right? If someone has low trade value, but their contract is going to expire
now, yeah.
Right? Then you can move that person. Well, guess what? At the end of his second year, that summer, they had to decide on whether or not they were going to extend him. They decided to extend him. If they didn't want him, they could have said, we're not going to extend you and we'll trade you at the deadline so that you can be you can clear the salary for somebody else. They extended him.
Yeah, but that would have had to been part of a deal. You're just not trading him.
Yeah, of course, part of a deal. Yeah. But what I'm saying is they could have let him become.
That deal never happened, though. That he could have been part of.
Can I say something right quick?
You not understand what I'm saying, but go ahead.
You know, what trade they made that Frank could have been part of that?
I'm not talking about what. This is what I'm saying. In October of last season, they extended. It was either October of last season or whenever it was. They extended his contract. They gave him an extension. They picked up the option. They could have decided not to pick up the option, which means that his contract would have been expiring. So they could have chosen to put him in a contract to help relieve another team of their salary. But they did not choose. They chose to extend him instead of letting his contract become an expiring contract. Okay. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. And that's why Steve Mills ain't here no more. Go ahead, Kevin.
Hey, go ahead, Kevin. Then I want to ask
I just want, because it seems like the people in the chat want us to move on from Frank.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. The people in the chat is like, can we move on from Frank? We've been talking about
let's
like
do that.
45 minutes.
Question, man. Hey, can I ask one more question before we move on, or not?
I'm just saying, everybody in the chat wants us to move on.
Hey, what we're gonna do is just ask a question. Kevin, did you want to finish up something?
No, I was just trying. Like I said,
Okay.
I'm reading the
No, I know,
chat,
the
and
chat
everyone's like,
thing.
wants
Get
us
the
to
hell off
move
Frank,
on.
I know. Hey, I want to swing it back to Sim on a couple things. We want to take advantage of having our guests tonight. First of all, Sim, I watched you on Sportscaster today. Great show. Could you just enlighten our people in the chat until January 11th, when YouTube will be lifting the suspension, the ban. Could you talk about the different platforms and we just, we're so blessed. You've entertained us. You've gave us insight for so many years. Love the Coach's Corner. Just love everything you do, man. Just tell us how we can support you until the 11th and what we can do to get the son of a bitches that did this to you.
Yeah. I think we have it worked out. So when we come back on the 11th, basically that 24-hour stream that I have, it won't be up. Maybe we'll bring it back sometime after March. But you can find me on nbkfam.com. I'll be live on that. So that's, just private website for all NBK fan members. I'll be live on that. Facebook.com/nothing-but-Knicks, sportscaster.com/Simeon Russell. You can find me on those platforms right there. Those are the easiest platforms to find me. And, the normal times that I'm live, I'm still live at those normal times, doing a pregame at around 3:30 the day of the game, doing the post game after the games. So if you're on Facebook, just go to facebook.com/nothing-but-Knicks, like it, you'll get a notification. If you'd rather do Sportscaster, go to Sportscaster. You'll get an email when follow me on Sportscaster, and you'll get an email whenever I go live. That's the way that they notify you. Or if you go to NBK Fam and on the videos, you can actually add the video to your calendar, to your Google Calendar.
Since you're not on YouTube.
Say that again.
I said, how you getting the chats now, like with you? Because now, since you're not on YouTube, that link is still what? Is a different link now? Because I'm a paid member, but I don't see that link coming up no more to get in the Zoom chat.
To get in the Zoom chat, it's the same. It's the same link to get in the Zoom chat.
Oh, it's not showing up no more on, because I went to YouTube to try to get on it, and it wasn't.
No, you don't have to go to YouTube. You just got to put that Zoom link in.
Oh, but see, it was only showing up on my YouTube. So on Sportscaster, the link is still down there?
No, man. Just go to Zoom.
Just go to Zoom. Just go to Zoom. Just go to Zoom. Yeah, just go to the Zoom link. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
So, but January 11th, man, we'll be back, and we'll be back in full effect. We got some fun shows that it's going to be coming around that time. Flagrant Foul with Josh and Tony. That's going to be a fun one. Yeah, that's gonna be a real fun one. We got some fantasy stuff that's going to be going on, so it should be pretty dope.
What about Coach's Corner?
Well, I'm gonna because I use like highlights and stuff to break down the video. I'm just gonna put that on hold for a little while until the strikes fall off in March. The strikes will fall off in March, so normally it's okay, but I just don't want to take any chances.
Totally understand.
Hey, Sid, do you remember when I called you 4 months ago and said hiring Tom Thibodeau is the greatest moment in this franchise's history since trading for Latrell Sprewell?
I remember. And right now, man, I mean, it looks like it's a blessed move right now.
That's me.
Like it's a blessed move, man.
You never saw my face, but that's me.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you, man. Glad to see you. Glad to meet you.
Yeah.
Hey Sim, Guillermo was going after you today in the chat. He's calling you. Looks like you're up in the mountains working out for a war.
Hey, man.
Calls you the
Hey,
Black
man.
Viking, looking like a Black Viking. And he's saying terrible things. I'm saying, and he's saying to you, Chuck, man, are you dying again? I beat you up terrible.
Yeah.
So,
So I think Guillermo calls Sam the 5'10" Frank Ntilikina. Is that what you said?
Oh, Guillermo don't want to do that. That's all right. You know, listen. Before the pandemic hit, we were putting together this charity basketball game. Conveniently, Guillermo tore up his Achilles, so that he didn't have to play in that game. And then, as it was getting closer, well, as long as my Achilles is all right, I'm going to play. The excuses were coming, but that's all right. As soon as everything clears up, we're going to have this charity basketball game. And I'm just going to say, do not put Legion the Knicks podcast on my team because,
yeah. Guillermo didn't say any of that stuff. I just like goofing on him because he's saying about he's stuttering now in the chat. I never said that, man. I never said that.
Good. Now he said he had a boot. He never showed the boot on camera, so we only know what he says.
Oh man,
he could have been lying the whole time.
The only boot he had was on his car.
hey, so I wanted to run something across the panel just to get your thoughts. So tonight or last night, you saw the Knicks win their second game a row, beating a team they're supposed to beat, right? So they were basically punching in their weight class. But the night before that, or 2 nights ago, you saw them punch up in weight and beat the Milwaukee Bucks. So when is it too early to start thinking maybe Knicks 8 seed? Is it too early? Is it too early to start thinking about Knicks 8 seed? And the reason why I ask is because the Knicks, with a shorthanded roster, knocked off a team that was undefeated, right? And the Knicks, with a shorthanded roster with injuries and such, knocked off what we think is the best team in the Eastern Conference, right? And I know it may be way too early in the season, right? But if you look at certain things that have come into play, like the coaching ability of Tom Thibodeau, the depth, well, whether we like it or not, the Knicks do have depth. At least decent quality NBA players. While they're not high level, when you sub a guy out, you at least bring in another NBA quality player, right? So is it too early, or should we get in that mindset with the Fade for Cade brigade and think about looking for Cade Cunningham?
I think we need to take it one game at a time. That's all. I just think we take it one game at a time and see how they go, see how they grow. I definitely think it's too early. Most teams right now are still trying to figure out who they are. I mean, you look at a team like the Milwaukee Bucks, they finished the playoffs with one team and now they're back a couple months later with a brand new team with a short training camp, right? Just like the Knicks and like everybody else. But I think, when these teams start to come together, you're going to see different teams all across the league. So I don't know if we know, if the Knicks are going to continue to mesh or what, or if other teams are going to not mesh, like Milwaukee may end up being, they beat Miami 144-98 tonight, right? We could have benefited from them having an off night, shooting from the 3 ball. Who knows? So I think we just got to wait and see if the trend continues with the Knicks. Right now, the Knicks are shooting like 46% or something like that from the 3-point line.
45.9.
45.9, right? We didn't expect that coming into the season, right? So I think we need to see, is that going to maintain? Are they going to continue to shoot that way from the 3-point line? Rebounding, I don't know exactly where they are rebounding yet. Coming into this game, they were one of the worst rebounding teams in the league. Then they grab, I think, 55 rebounds or something like that and out rebound Cleveland, who was one of the top rebounding teams in the league. Right. So I think so early things are kind of wild. Like the stock market gets volatile. I think things are kind of volatile right now in the NBA, and it'll be 15, 20 games before they start to level out. So I think I'm just going to reserve judgment until then, and then enjoy the Knicks knocking off some teams until we know who they are.
Yeah. Hey, I'd like to. Did you hear our comments on RJ?
Wow, y'all just splashed my question. Okay, all right.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So
Is that a question for everybody?
Yes, that question's for Kev. Y'all know y'all my guys, man. I ain't throwing,
Oh,
yeah. So I'll tell you what. So I disagree with Sim on that, and the reason why I brought it up is because I didn't want to. I felt like I was on an island with the way things were playing out. Because you of course you're gonna have your people that's gonna say it's a flash in the pan, and then you're gonna have your people that are gonna be in that wait and see mode because the roster looks a lot different, and they want to make sure, like basically what Sim said, and then you'll have some that are gonna be uber optimistic because they've lost for so long. They want to see all the positives whenever a positive presents itself. So I'm more leaning towards the middle, a centralist in this case, but I do see where somebody can say, hey, you know what? The difference between this team and last year's team is not just Obi Toppin and Emmanuel Quickly and some others. It may be the fact that these kids, our team, they're getting coached up every day. So it's a difference between trying out new things, mad scientist approach, used car salesman guy coming in the game and getting out coached every night, and this guy that has won NBA Coach of the Year, has won 60 games with a team, coached the league MVP once. Now we're not going out getting out coached every night. So when I look at it, when I saw the game tonight, when I watched the game, I was thinking like, okay, how long is this team, the Knicks, gonna play with this lead? Are they gonna fade and then wind up losing by 20 to an undefeated team? And that team, to its credit, did not fade. And you can tell the team was being coached up in every scenario. And I mean coached up in a good way. Like there's legit predictive data that Tom Thibodeau had in order to keep our foot on the gas against a team that really wanted to stay undefeated. So I can see a scenario where this team could make a run at that 7th or 8th seed, but I think the roster may be what holds us back. But getting close to the deadline, I could see a scenario where we trade for a guy that gets us over the hump and maybe gets us into the playoffs if we get that close.
You do realize that was the Cavs we beat, right? Even though they was 3-0, it's still the Cavs, and they wasn't full strength. And number two, hold up, number two. This 1 second. You know I'm always quick. Number two, we beat the Bucks. They're not the best team in the East. It's the Nets. Once you beat the Nets, then come and say
that. The Nets lost to the Hornets.
The Nets just lost to the Hornets. The Nets just lost to the Hornets the other night.
They sat the Kyrie and Durant.
Not the first loss they didn't.
Not the first loss.
Yeah, they done lost 2 games already.
All right, that's to the Hornets. The Knicks ain't beat them. What I'm saying is, you
see how people can change an argument to change a narrative to fit their argument.
The Bucks ain't the best team in the East. That's my point. The Bucks ain't the best team in the East.
But until proven,
let me ask you a question. How can we say a team isn't a defending champion until they beat? The Bucks are the best team in the East until someone else does it.
Hold on. What do you talk about? The Heat beat them.
Well, Miami beat them, right?
What I'm
saying,
what I'm saying is the Bucks are the best team until there's another number 1 seed in the playoffs.
No, they lost in the playoffs. What are you talking? They didn't go to the Eastern Conference.
What I'm saying is they have finished with the number 1 record in the Eastern Conference for 2 years in a row.
That record meant nothing.
The record means you get to the playoffs. And the record don't mean nothing. The record don't mean nothing. Can we go to the playoffs then?
The playoffs start
If
over,
we
right?
play in June, and the record don't mean nothing.
Records get washed in the playoffs. The Heat washed them.
Okay, so until proven, Chuck, the Nets haven't proven they're the best team in the East yet.
Did the Heat prove they was better than the Bucks?
Yes,
I'm not sure
I
what
didn't
our
disagree with
question
you.
is.
But right
Question
now,
is.
I said that until proven, the Nets are not the best team. They just lost Dinwiddie. You don't know what they're going to do.
Yep. He's gone.
Yep.
Just real quick,
He
we
ain't
have
coming back.
Just real quick, we have a super
got
chat
Cash
from Christoph. Watch the TNT show after show tonight, and the level of disrespect is so real. Tibbs is changing the culture. We are fighting. If we hit the 4 to 6 lead in the next month, what will they say? I don't know if we're going to be doing that in the next month, but thank you so much, Christoph.
My whole thing about that is this: we didn't even play on TNT. So if they're talking about, here's my thing: you talk about somebody because they on your mind. That's how I look at it. That's how I was raised. There's no reason for the TNT broadcast to be talking about the New York Knicks for no reason at all, unless they're thinking about us for some reason or another. So we must be doing something right.
Yeah. Hey, just a quick shout out to the chat. Just real quick, we're less than 10 away from 1,100 subscribers. So thank you so much for hitting that milestone. And please just keep hitting those like, subscribe, and reminder buttons to support our boy Freezy. And don't forget to check out Knicks Morning Drive with Freezy. It's hot every morning, and it was hot this morning. So sorry, fellas, for taking care of some business. Back at you.
I want to say something. Was somebody talking? Kevin, you done? I don't want to cut you off.
Oh, yeah, no, I was done.
Cool. I just want to say that I want to put it out there. I'm a hater when it comes to tanking. So if you are pro tanking, right? If you want to fade for Cade, you're gonna say I'm a hater because I don't care about being in the lottery. It's not a question about. I don't have no doubts that I want to win games as many as possible this season. I want to put if I do I think we can make the playoffs. I have my doubts, but I definitely don't want the team to be tanking or soft tanking. Or I can't wait until we start having the fan. I mean, so much of the Knicks fan base is so obsessed with the draft. With it's one thing to be drafting like, okay, look great. We have 2 draft picks. Let's see who we can get for him. Great. But it's another thing to be obsessed and be like, yo, man, let's try to be in the lottery so we can be and obsess about these about the draft. That's what I have a problem with. That there are teams like the 76ers and other teams who are winning, and also they're drafting well. I mean, we have Scott Perry, we have Will Perrin, we have 2 draft picks next year. And I don't want to draft. I don't want it to be a question whether we should be aiming to win games. I want it to be a for sure thing. Like, listen, man, we have 2 picks. We have 2 picks in the lottery. Walt Perry drafted Donovan Mitchell at 13. Well, we've also seen history where Bam Adebayo was drafted within 12 to 13. Tyler Hero as well.
Kawhi was a second rounder.
Who?
Kawhi. He was a second rounder.
But long story short,
he wasn't a second rounder.
He was a first. I think he was a first.
He was a first.
Well, he was late, wasn't he? He was damn near the second.
But he wasn't. Yeah, but he wasn't a second rounder. That's
long story short. We have 2 picks. It shouldn't be a question if we should be tanking. It should be just, hey, listen, let's just go and try to win games, and let's leave the past. Let's move forward. That's why
I wanted to get Joe Madden when he was on here because he was talking about that trade Randall. That's what I want to ask Sim about.
Sim, did you hear the conversation earlier about trading? I mean, right now Randall's balling. It's 4 games, and people are saying that we have Obi Toppin on this team, and we still need to trade Randall. My point is, why can't we just let this thing play out? What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that exactly because number one, and I'm not throwing any hate at Obi at all. But just watching him play, he's got a ways to go to develop and grow to be, in my opinion, a starting power forward in the NBA. He's got a ways to go. He's got to work on his footwork. He's got to work on his footwork. He's got to work on some one-on-one moves. Right now, the only way he's really going to score, he has a couple of moves. He can blow past the people every once in a while, but you're not giving him the ball and say, please go get me a bucket. You're not doing that with Obi Toppin right now. He's going to rely on a point guard to help him get open, help him get maybe an alley-oop. You get a couple of open jump shots from the elbow, a couple of threes and things like that. So I don't think you're relying on Obi to be your guy right now. And I think that we need to look and see how he develops. And so, I'm not looking to say trade Randall right now. And there's other guys that I think, you're going to start hearing late soon. People are going to say, well, let's trade Alec Burks for a first round pick. You're right. He's playing well, and he's our second leading scorer. My question is, when do you start keeping players that are productive for you and are a value to you?
Yeah. And that are 29 and still in their prime.
My whole thing is I can't be. My whole thing is I can't be swayed into tanking, and I feel like a lot of people are trying to play the wait and see. Well, maybe we should tank. No. I want to win games. I want to win games with RJ, Randall, Burks. If I could get a better piece, great. But I'm not trying to get rid of a piece so we could get a higher draft pick or like I'm very big on trying to talk to some 76ers fans because I want to know how they were able to transition from being obsessed and tanking with Sam Hinkie to actually being in the playoffs and talking winning basketball. I feel like a lot of people are just too embracing the tank so much that they don't even look at winning as winning no more. They just care about, man, I can't wait till next year's draft. I can't wait till the next year's draft. I can't wait till the other next year.
How come people was killing me?
That's what happened to the 76ers. They started tanking first, and they got it right finally. I'm sure it wasn't easy, but I would like to talk to some 76ers fans because, like, you got so many people who have a platform, a bigger platform than this. Everybody has a platform, but they are so enamored with drafting and obsessing and trading. Oh man, we could get the number one pick if we could trade Randall. Oh, but if we trade Burks, we could get another extra. I'm like, you can only draft so many people. We got 2 picks already. What more do you want? There's another year There's another year, and this I don't get it.
I just want to see if Randall can continue this for 30 games. That's what I want to see.
Right. That's what I want to see too. And not only that, like Freezy was asking about the playoffs. I think that's another thing we need to see. Can Randall continue to play? He's not going to, is he going to do what he's doing, what he did tonight, every night? No. But can he continue to play at a level, where he's giving you, 23, 10, and 6? Or not even at a level, just being able to involve everyone, right? Because there are a few scenarios that I'm waiting to see Randall in. And I thought I was going to see it tonight. It kind of got there, but it didn't really get there, right? I'm waiting to see what's going to happen when there's 2 minutes left in the game and it's a 4-point game either way. Is Randall going to feel like I've got to take this upon myself, or is he going to continue to play a team game? Right. I think some of those, the way Randall continues to go is going to determine, how well this team plays. I still seen some things tonight, like when the double team came twice and at the end of the second half, he turned the ball over with the double team. Right. Because he still didn't get the ball out of his hands fast enough. So what's going to happen when games get tighter, defenses get tighter, games mean a little bit more. Is he going to be able to handle that double team? So there are some things that I want to see, but Randall is playing great. I know there are people out there that's like, we gotta trade him when he's at his peak. You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta trade him right now because he's at his highest point. But if he's playing like this, when you get to the deadline, right? He's playing this well. And he's, like you said, he's 26 years old. He's making $19 million a year, which is a good contract. You have the option. And if you pick up his option, it's still at $19 million. What's the rush to get rid of him? Or any of the guys that, you picked up and they're on a contract. Everyone's gonna be like, well, we let's flip him for a first round pick. Let's flip him for a first round pick. I understood with Marcus Morris because he's 32 years old. He wasn't young. He's making $15 million. It was a good move. Someone like Alec Burks, he's making $5 million. Now, what would he want his contract to be the next year? Who knows? But I think you try to say, can I work something out with this guy if it works? And he can be.
Marcus Morris ain't changing the game the way Randall's changing the game right now.
Right. Right. So, like some of these guys, I think you got to start at some point. You got to start keeping guys that are contributing to your team. Yeah. And again, we don't know what Obi's going to be yet. So, it's Obi. If you trade Randall, is Obi going to come in and give you even 15 and 8?
No,
right now.
Don't know.
Maybe not.
My whole thing is and I'm not. Everybody knows I don't want to trade Randall, but I'm not trading a situation to go to the playoffs so that I can be in the lottery again next year. Like, how does that make sense? That we can almost be in the playoffs. We can almost be in the playoffs now, and you want to trade and have RJ maybe win 20 games next season, and you'll be happy just because you got an extra draft, another lottery pick and we already have 2 in the first round next year. Like, you want to win 20 games next season, and that's what I have a lot of frustration with a lot of other people. I'm like, listen, my man, I don't want to win 20 games next season or in the following season after that.
Yeah. Hey, real quick,
people don't get it. They just love the lottery. Like, they just love the draft. It's crazy.
Just real quick, a shout out for Justin Smith. Thank you so much for the super chat. At this rate, with better coaching and improved better player development, what is your win record prediction now based on what you see, Sim?
Thanks,
Justin.
Based on what we see right now, I don't know. I still think I need a little bit more time because I'm not sure exactly. I'm still not sure exactly what we have. I think we still need to see more from the team, and can they stay consistent? Because we see a lot of times. If you look at the standings now, right? If you look at the standings in the East right now, like Orlando is 4-0. They're the number 1 team in the East, right? Milwaukee is 2-2. They're the 9th seed, right? That's not going to stay that way. So Miami is the 10th seed. They're 1-2. These things aren't going to stay this way. So I just want to see how things shape up. Now, if they just continue to do what they're doing right now, then I think they could be a 500 team if they continue to do and play the way that they're playing right now. I really think so. If they play this way, but will they play this way? I mean, because they're shooting at a high percentage from 3. They're shooting a good percentage from the field. They're averaging a good number of assists. You got a guy, if you look, you got a guy that's playing at an all-star level, right? We need all these things to continue to go this way. So will that continue? We'll see. I don't know.
Yeah. Just real quick, another shout out, another super chat. Christoph, thank you. To clarify, it was the TNT after show showing highlights. The problem with a lot of Knicks fans, they are defeatists. We need to trust the process. So thanks again for the super chat, Christoph.
Sam, I'd be remiss if I don't get your quick thoughts on Mr. Quickly. What are your thoughts on Mr. Quickly before he got hurt?
I really like Emmanuel Quickly. He keeps the ball popping. Obviously his ability to shoot the 3 definitely spreads the floor out and makes him a threat. He keeps the ball moving. He keeps the ball popping. His energy transfers to everybody on the floor. I really like what he brings. Is he going to start, this season? Who knows? I really don't care too much if he starts or not. Doesn't matter to me. As long as he's contributing to the game, and when we need him, he's there and produces, and Thibodeau has him in the game when we need him in the game the most. That's all I really care about. But I really like what he brings. Really like what he brings, and hopefully, he continues to do that. In that, especially that second unit, people talk about him starting, and here's one of the reasons why I don't think he's going to start, at least this season, is because he fits well with the second unit. And the second unit needs somebody. The second unit needs an engine, and he's the engine in the second unit. The first unit doesn't need an engine, right? They got, Julius Randle can do what he does. RJ Barrett's in the first unit. They don't need an engine to make him go. That second unit needs an engine, and he's the engine in that second unit. And if you switch and you put Elfrid Payton in the second unit and Emmanuel Quickly in the first unit, right? I think you're going to mitigate. You're going to mitigate what he does and his productiveness all around, right? I think he's more productive with the second unit, right? And because with what Elfrid Payton brings works better with the first unit, because you can let, so far what we've seen, you can let Randall be, the primary facilitator. You know what I mean? And then in the second unit, you can let Emmanuel Quickly be the engine. I think it works that way. The same thing with Alec Burks. Some people call for him to start over Bullock, but it works in that second unit. And then he still gets enough playing time with the first group, that you can see Burks and Randall, they work well together. A lot of handoffs and a lot of screen and rolls and things like that. They work well together. You can still fit that time together out there. So I think, I don't think it's necessary that he starts. I think it's good that he fits into a unit and can make that unit go.
I agree.
Interesting. Thank you.
Hey, just real quick, shout out to Daryl Pemberton, who's always supporting us. Just did a super chat for $49.99. Wow.
That's what's up.
That's what's up. Thank you so much, Freezy. Greatly appreciate your generosity. More than that, he appreciates all your support at the morning drive and Knicks at night. So thanks again, Daryl Pemberton. So
Yeah, big,
no.
appreciate it. We're trying to do big things here, man. Trying to do some big things.
Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
Tell them about
Preach, you got another
love for
question?
Noels.
Say that again.
Tell them
Freeze.
about your love for Noels over Mitch.
Oh,
Hey, let me tell you, man, I thought Nerlens Noel was going to start. And right now I'm looking, I'm like, I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I don't know what the hell I was thinking about. You know what I'm saying? Because,
those toothpick legs.
Noel, man, someone can hit him with a wide open layup and, something weird will happen. He'll lose the ball out of bounds, bump it off one of his braids, something crazy happen. I'm like, come on, man. He played some good defense, and affect some shots and had some good moments, but I'm like, damn. But to be honest with you, neither one of those guys are playing up to where I think we need them to play. Right. And it's because, well, at least from the beginning, we played so many teams that are so much bigger than both of those guys. Those guys are thin, they're skinny, and they start getting banged around. But Noel, man.
McGee was making them. McGee was looking like an all-pro man versus them.
Yeah, for real.
How many snapbacks on rebounds to keep the ball alive tonight? 4 or 5 times.
I said he looked like one of the moving trees in Lord of the Rings. That was just
look, man. I like that. I seen the first preseason game. I was like, oh, that's it. He's gonna be. He's starting. And once he started coming off, he came off the bench, and I seen him playing. I'm like, sheesh. He's not terrible, but like there's just some things like offensively, he can't do anything.
And how many times was he open, man? Where you're like, shoot the ball, and he's like, oh,
Yeah. I mean, every once in a while he'll have a little move. I think the other day you seen him, do a good ball, penetrate to the basket, and he dunked it. He had knocked down a little mid range, but offensively, he's not going to give you much. And he's not big enough. He can play defense, but he's not real big. Like, did you see the size of him compared to Joel Embiid?
Yeah, and then when he was standing next to Howard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, I don't know. I think we really need some depth at that set at our big man spot. We really do.
Yeah, man.
Somebody that can hold the spot.
I literally said this the other night. I said it's sad when your backup big man is Kevin Knox.
I mean, and that's true. He's the backup big man. If when Noel and Mitch they get in foul trouble, they're out or whatever, you got to utilize Kevin Knox there.
That's scary.
Hey, Sim, I know you're a Kevin Knox fan, and our Kevin Wright is a big Knox fan. So, give us your breakdown on Kevin.
I just want to say something.
Make him feel good.
The chat waits to bring up Kevin Knox because they wait for me to talk. I'm just saying that's what the chat. They literally wait. I'm not even making this up.
The man has stock in Kevin Knox, so let's be respectful there.
I bought stock in Kevin Knox, and he went down. He went down. He went from 8 cents down to 7 cents now. But I bought. Listen.
And now we want your 2 cents.
Should have put it on Julius.
I mean, I still just think you got to be patient with that kid. I think we got to be patient with Kevin Knox. He has a world of talent. And he's got to put it together physically and mentally. I think, I think that's what it is with him. He's got to put it together physically and mentally. He is a kid, like mentally, in my opinion. I think he is a kid, and he's got to grow up and become a young man. And he hasn't done that yet. And I'm not saying that he does anything stupid when I say he's got to grow up and become a young man. I'm not saying like he's out there doing crazy stuff. I'm just saying he's got to mature up here, and that's going to help him on the floor physically. I still think when Calipari said he's young, he wasn't just talking about his age chronologically. I think he was talking about just not that he's dumb, but just his maturity as a young man. He's got to grow, but I think he's got a world of talent. That's the reason why I bought 100 shares in him.
Invested in that direction this year.
What'd you say?
I said, I think he made a step in that mentality direction this year. He looks a little bit
so.
more poised on the court.
I'll say this because I haven't said this to Sim. I think everybody else knows my stance on Kevin Knox. I'll say this and it's only 4 games, but I haven't heard anyone, not one person, question Knox's motor so far. Not one person has had an issue with him having a low motor. The scoring hasn't been there, and I think we all know the scoring hasn't been there because the opportunity for him to score hasn't been there.
Lack of touches.
When you're basically getting froze out and not getting you can't score without the ball, and if they're not giving you, they're not passing you the ball, then that's how I feel.
He touched the ball 3 times tonight.
Julius Randle's moving the ball.
I know, but he's not getting touches in shooting motions. He's getting touches, but not in shooting motions. That's the thing. People are passing
make his own shot. He's in trouble.
Yeah, he's not getting shots in rhythm for him to shoot.
Yeah, I mean, listen. So far this season, Kevin Knox is shooting 45.5% from the field and 40% from 3. Right, he's only attempting about 2.5 3-pointers a game. But if he can keep up those numbers and start to get more attempts and continue those numbers with more attempts, I think people will be happy with that. And I think as they continue to go along, you get Emmanuel quickly back in that second unit. Things continue to move. I think you're going to see him get more attempts. Because he's going to play a lot of minutes with that second unit. He's going to play some minutes with the first unit. But over these first 4 games with so many injuries, you're not seeing the same thing the same way that they played, at the end of, those last 2 preseason games, right? Because everything's changed now. Everything's changed. So I think, when things get back to order, maybe we'll see him fit into a nice little slot, nice little role. And I think he'll be able to, move his scoring average up to about 10 or 11, and grab 4 or 5 rebounds this season.
I am under the belief, the strong belief that, and I said this, barring health, if everyone comes back like quickly in Burks and Rivers, by MLK, and I don't know if I think this was Freezy, I think I said this, Kevin Knox should be starting because Reggie Bullock's just got to go. And Reggie Bullock's got to go. And the only person, because I think Kevin Knox works in the first unit. He works in the second, but I think Kevin Knox works in the first
He
unit.
needs to prove himself on the second unit first before we get
It's
to
not
that
proving,
point.
but here's the thing: what is proving? Because, like I said, if you don't have any qualms about his effort and his defense,
It's not just about effort and defense; it's about production.
you can't have production if you're not getting the attempts to shoot the ball.
Well, I agree with you. He's got to get the
But
attempts.
he's relying on somebody else for him to get his shot.
Honestly, once Quickly comes back, and I agree with Sid, putting Quickly in the second unit with Knox gets it. If he can get his confidence up and put some production up, then maybe we can have that conversation.
Yeah.
But
It's not the confidence of him shooting. Kevin Knox will shoot if he gets the ball to shoot it.
But what
confidence? I'm talking about the coach's confidence in him.
Yeah, but will he get that ball? Will he get those touches in the first unit?
I think he'll get the same, if not more, touches than what Reggie Bullock gets. Because we all know Reggie Bullock is as streaky as, I don't even say streaky because he got to go. That's not I think about Reggie Bullock. I just get upset. Like
He's taking Knox minutes.
He hit 5 threes tonight to help us win, man.
And tomorrow he'll go, and against Toronto he'll go 0 for 4 from 3.
Yeah, we could say the same about Knox, my friend.
I mean, I think Knox will play better with the second unit because just from what I've seen, when he's playing with people more his age, he's a little bit more aggressive. He seems to be a little bit more confident. When he starts to play with people who are a little bit older, I feel like, the confidence isn't always there. He defers a little bit more. He's a little bit nervous, to make a move. I think he fits better playing with guys who are a little bit younger. I do see what you see, though, about the first unit and where he fits in that spot. Because he can spread the floor, he's another shooter. Because he has a little bit more length at that 3 spot. Because right now, we're playing kind of small at that 2 and 3 spot, to be honest with you. RJ and Bullock. He fits that slot perfectly, I think.
And that's what I was saying, because this is my mindset. This because I look at this from this point of view. I think Thibodeau wants to keep Burks on the bench as that 6th man. And so when you have Rivers and Quickly all coming back, and Tibbs still wants to keep it at a 10-man rotation, I think Kevin Knox, the one thing Kevin Knox has going for him is the fact that Kevin Knox is 6'10". So you're going to use that size. And so there's anyone who's going to, and especially if he starts playing in the second unit with Quickly and he starts getting those shots, and Thibodeau's like, okay, Kevin Knox is scoring because Quickly is making him score. Someone has to become expendable, and that person just has to be Reggie Bullock because Reggie Bullock's got to go. So,
was it the jersey thing?
But that was an unbiased thought.
No, but here's the thing. So once you get healthy and Toppin comes back, and so you can have a second unit with Burks, Quickly, Rivers, Toppin, and Noel, and you can move Kevin Knox into the starting unit to play with because Julius, I'll say this, Julius is the only one other than Quickly that will consistently give the ball to Kevin Knox.
Frank gives it to Kevin Knox.
Yeah. Kevin Knox Frank ain't about to play.
All right, that's true.
He ain't about to be in a rotation like that. I hate to break it to everybody. He really isn't.
Hey, Kev, Guillermo just said, but Knox hardly uses his size, when he plays. You talk about his size and length and stuff. Guillermo's saying he very seldom ever uses that advantage for him to do what he needs to do or what we need him to do.
Here's the thing, but what do you need Kevin Knox to do other than space the floor?
We'd like to see him to put the ball on the floor and make his own shot. We'd like to see him rebound. We'd like to see him have a more of a mid range. We'd like to see him be able to go left. He seems to only go to his right.
No. Here's the thing: what you need.
How about do more stuff? Basketball is not just about putting the ball in the basket.
You see, that's unfair because Kevin Knox so far has defended.
How about Kevin Knox set screens for other players? How about Kevin Knox pass that ball and maybe look to get that ball back, defend, and give energy?
Hold on. Are you saying Freezy that because you're trying to make a check? Because here's the thing: we've already established that Kevin Knox makes the passes to get the ball back and moves. So you can't sit here and say one day that works and one day that it doesn't.
No, that's not what I said. What I'm telling you is that you said, what else can Kevin Knox do? He's spacing the floor. right? That's what you said. Just like
And I'm
a
saying
minute
so
ago.
far in the
And what I'm
2020
telling
season,
what I'm telling you is that there are other things to do on the basketball floor. You know what I'm saying? When Kevin Knox can get out there and do other things like rebound, like get those rebounds up. You know what I'm saying? Get loose balls, get more loose balls. He can
Post up.
post up, screen for other guys. He don't have to score. No basketball player can just be shoot only. Go out and do other things to help
let
your
me
team.
ask you this one question, Freezy. In 4 games, and there's only 4 games, have you seen Kevin Knox do those things? Have you seen him rebound? Have you seen him pass the ball? Have you seen him play defense?
I've seen him play defense and
Have
make
you seen him
strides there,
dive
but
on the
he's
ball?
not.
Have you
He's
seen
not
him
there.
dive on the floor for balls? Have you
Kevin, he's
seen
not there
Kevin
enough
Knox do
defensively.
these things?
Kevin, there's a difference between being there in certain moments and taking strides defensively. He is not there defensively. He's still not there defensively where you can trust him all the time. He's taking steps, but I still have questions about it. Can you consistently keep him out there for long stretches of time like you want him to be in big moments? I still have questions about that.
My thing is this. Okay, let's take Milwaukee, for example. Kevin Knox played 29 minutes against Milwaukee. Kevin Knox was matched up against Chris Middleton. Did you see Chris Middleton, who was a legit all-star in his league, do anything on Kevin Knox?
He scored
Other
22
than
points.
one. No. Those 22 points did not come on Kevin Knox. Go back and watch that game. Chris Middleton did not score when Kevin Knox. Chris Middleton scored on Reggie Bullock.
I saw him
score.
I saw him miss
He said on that back. He had that one backdoor catch where he missed that assignment.
Well, it's not.
This is what kills me. This is what kills me. You can't sit here and in the moment say Kevin Knox played great. Kevin Knox played defense, and then nothing. I just can't trust Kevin Knox. I just can't. He doesn't do that. Don't sit here and do that, though. Don't sit here and do that.
Kev, let's do a minute. 1 second, Latrell. Latrell, 1 sec. Hey, Latrell, 1 sec. Latrell.
Consistently.
Hey, let's do a math problem, okay, Kev?
Okay.
Chris Middleton played 33 minutes. Bullock played 17 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Who's guarding him for those other minutes, man? Those other 16 minutes.
Watch the tape. When you
Here's the
thing. Watch the tape, and when you see Chris Middleton score, see who is guarding him.
I'm not disputing he played good D on Middleton.
It's not good D. All I'm saying is watch the game, and when you see Chris Middleton score those 22 points, I guarantee the one time he scored when Kevin Knox was his man is on the backdoor cut.
That game
promise
is
you
the most
that.
he's ever played. To your point, for your argument, if you want to use that game as an example that Kevin Knox plays defense, okay. But I've seen him play a lot more games, and I'm telling you, he's not there yet. Consistently.
Is Reggie Bullock there yet in his 7th year? No, he's not.
But to Latrell's point, Doug McDermott, how did Knox play against Doug McDermott, man? How many backdoors? How many times did McDermott was giving him fits, man?
There's a difference.
And Middleton's at a whole another level.
There's a difference between when your man is in front of you and you are D'ing him up one-on-one and someone going backdoor on you. Those are two different things on defense. If I am in front of you and you have the ball and I am D'ing you up and you don't do anything, it's completely different from being lost in transition on switches and rotations and someone beating you backdoor.
So you were happy to
Kevin, I'm not fighting with you. I'm with you that Kevin Knox needs to get shots. I'm with you that he needs to play and that people need to find him. And I'm with you that he needs to be a big part of this team. I'm just telling you, when we're just talking about defense, yes, he's made strides. I'm just telling you that the coach, I'm going to trust what Coach Thibodeau does. If he wants to start him and do whatever, that's fine. But I'm just telling you, when I watch him play, I still have questions like I had last year. And until he shows me it, I'm going to continue to talk about it. That's all I got to say.
My thing is like this, and this is what I hate. And I've said this before. Either you're going to have a blank slate or you're not. So which one is it?
Yeah. I think Guillermo captured. I think Guillermo captured. 1 second, Latrell. I think Guillermo captured what I think a lot of Knicks fans feel. Knox is going to have one good game, and then he's going to have 3 bad games or 3.
That's not true. Because after 4, he didn't have 3 bad games.
Well,
That's my thing. The only reason Kevin Knox didn't have a great game this is because he got in foul trouble. But offensively, he looked fine. Defensively, he looked fine. He got that one ticky-tack foul on Lance Jr. that shouldn't even been called a foul. I mean, he fell and got
Sid
crossed
looked a little
over.
cranky on that lob that went to outer space, though.
Okay, so just because a turnover looks bad, doesn't mean that it's any worse than anyone else's turnovers.
I know, but we didn't see him much after that turnover, man.
He wasn't in the game.
So you think right now Kevin Knox can hold his own defensively against anybody in the league?
Yep.
At his position?
Yep.
Okay.
So I'll say this: man to man, straight up man to man in front of somebody, I think he does well. Where he gets in trouble, like you're saying, is those defensive rotations and when there's a lot of switching and those type of things, especially when you double team. If you have one of your players double teamed and everyone else has to rotate over to another man, he might get a little bit lost sometimes. Right. And understanding where he has to switch and rotate. I think he works hard and he's working hard. Is he there to be at the 3 come down the stretch of the game? I don't think so. I don't think he's there yet to be at the 3 come down the stretch of the game. I don't know if he's ready. He hasn't played a lot of those moments. I don't know if he's ready for those moments. I wouldn't mind seeing him just to see what he can do. I just think the kid has a lot of talent, and sooner or later that talent is going to come through. And it might take Tibbs to, keep grinding down on him for that talent to come through. But I think it's going to come through.
And Kenny Payne.
Hey, Sims, do you see a lot of Knicks fans that do this? They say when a team like in the Milwaukee game, they say okay, the Knicks played defense on the 3. They held them down to a bad shooting game. And then most people's analogy on that is, Milwaukee shot bad and this, that, there, and the third. Not that the Knicks played deep. But then when the Knicks don't shoot the ball like early in the season in the first 2 games, we're a bad 3-point shooting team. We don't got no 3-point shooters. And then it flips over that we're leading the lead in 3-point shooting in these little 4-game sample size, and we shut other teams down. Do you see as though that we're not getting any credit for anything that we do?
I mean, we're never gonna get the credit, even from the fans, because everyone's just waiting for the ball to drop. Even tonight, watching the game, everybody's waiting for, okay, when's it gonna happen? Like, it got close. When's it gonna happen? When is Cleveland gonna take over and get a 10, 15-point lead? When's it gonna happen? It never happened, and that's what is, I think, a surprise to a lot of people. And some people that, how when you got broke up from a relationship, and then you meet somebody, and you're like, all right, this seems like it's kind of cool, but I don't know, I might just take this a little bit cool right now because I don't know what's gonna happen. I think that's what a lot of Knicks fans is like. It's like, I'm seeing it, but I don't know if I'm believing it yet. I'm gonna protect my heart. Because I don't want to go all in and be like, we good, we nice, and then the ball drop.
Hey, look, but a lot of people, and I'm going to put them on blast like Guillermo, I just think he be doing it just to try to be right. He be waiting for the ball to drop so he can say, see, I told you, and him and Coach Colorblock getting their little situations and start tracing plays. Even when we win, we get all that negative BS.
Hey, just real quick, a super chat from a friend of all of us, Josh, aka Uncle Fulio. If Knox can Uncle Fulio, if Knox can stretch the floor with starters, why don't we consider having RJ be the 6th man? Just try to get Knox the ball so we can be more efficient with IQ. I'm just reading it.
RJ coming off
Thanks,
the bench
Josh.
is not a good idea to have RJ coming off the bench. Plain and simple.
It is my belief and my dream that RJ and Kevin grow and lead this franchise together.
All right. Well, let me ask you a question. Why is it bad for RJ to come off the bench?
I think. Look, I give credit to Julius Randle. He's playing great. He's passing the ball. But you need players who the defense has to respect, and nobody. And right now on the floor, Julius is going to need help. He needs somebody else who's going to come. The defense has to respect, and I feel like RJ Barrett is a player that you have to respect this game. He's gonna
game in the paint, and that's where Randle lives.
So over these four games, tell me if you just take these 4 games, tell me why another team would say, I gotta respect RJ right now.
Thank you very much. Tell me why.
Thank you.
And I'm not saying
Obviously, they're taking him very seriously. That Ben Simmons, went out of his way to play that kind of defense on him. So
I don't think he
shows
went out of his way. He
plays
just
like that
plays
every
that.
night.
He plays
That's
that every
how he
night.
plays defense.
He's all defensive team, man.
I don't know.
Listen. I'm not trying to hate on RJ. I'm just asking, why is it that if Tibbs decided to put RJ, say, you know what, we think we want you to come off the bench and play with the young guys, why that would be a knock on him? Yeah. Right, because right now, RJ's struggling in a lot of areas when it comes to scoring the basketball. He's doing a lot of other things. He's rebounding the basketball. He's playing good defense. And I'm not saying to take him out of the starting lineup, but if that were to happen, maybe Tibbs says, I want to see you play with this group. Maybe we can get you jump started and we'll get you back into the lineup, because right now he's having trouble. If you look at the shot chart tonight, he took 4 shots outside of the paint. Everything else came inside the paint.
Thank
4
you.
shots, 3 3-pointers and 1 mid-range outside of the paint. Everything else came in the paint, and he still shot a low percentage because he's having problems right now scoring over top of big people. And they're bumping him. And he's not strong enough to score through those bumps right now, and he's not getting the foul calls. You know what I'm saying? So that is where he is having a problem scoring right now, because he does not have a jump shot. I watched him tonight get a handoff from Julius Randle, and he got the handoff, and he was at the elbow. All he had to do was let it up and shoot it. Instead, because he doesn't have that mid-range jump shot, he went to the basket and he missed the layup. Yep. When the mid-range jump shot was wide open, right? RJ is having trouble scoring because he can't hit that mid-range jump shot or any jump shot right now. He's going to continue to struggle putting the ball in the basket until, he'll have some hot nights where he's knocking down that jump shot, right? But he's going to continue to struggle until he is consistently knocking down that jump shot, because all he's going to have is the basket. And every time he goes to the basket, there's going to be 3 or 4 guys there in his face. And RJ doesn't jump super high. RJ relies on skill, power, and craftiness to score the basketball, which means he's playing below the rim, to be honest with you. Right? So now you got 3 or 4 guys jumping at you. It's hard to score the basketball. And until he gets that mid-range jump shot, it's going to be tough for him to score efficiently. You know what I mean? And he's not getting those fouls. Playing with a younger group, and, because a lot of times teams have, the younger groups coming off the bench, he may be able to find his shot a little bit better, right? He may be able to get out and transition a little bit more, playing with quickly, playing with Knox, playing with those guys, because this first group, they're not getting out in transition, right? They're playing half court. He may be able to get himself a little bit more into the rhythm of the game because he's moving. And you see sometimes, a lot of times, especially in this 8-man rotation, Randall will come out, RJ will come in, and he'll get a chance to play with that second unit. And then he's kind of featured in that second unit. Even though he's featured in that second unit, though, he's still trying to get inside, trying to score inside, because he doesn't have that mid-range. Maybe playing with the second unit will let him get out and transition a little bit more, run a little bit more, and find his rhythm a little bit better.
Yeah. I just want to say something real fast.
That's why Jeff Van Gundy put Sprewell as the 6th man on that 99 team.
Yeah. Hey,
Sim, let me ask you this reason you just mentioned.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sim, let me ask you this question. I don't know if you heard me earlier with Coach Color Blocks. He got into my head a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about stuff, and he said that RJ is who he is. And you've played hoop, and guys, and a lot of people. I've played with guys, and a lot of touch is from the Lord. You can take, you've seen guys put up thousands of shots, and they just never have a touch. So, do you think RJ is that type of guy who'll never have a touch? He's going to be a scorer, but his shooting will always be, he'll be a mediocre shooter He'll be a little streaky, but do you think he'll never attain a shooter status?
A shooter's touch. Yeah. One thing I say is Coach Colorblind is right. There's a lot of guys that don't have touch. They hours and hours and hours of practice, and they never really have touch. And I mean, I think you can still become a good shooter if you don't have touch, but I think it takes a lot more work, right, for you to have that touch. And you can look, some guys, you can kind of see it when they play that they don't really have that touch. The ball hits off the rim kind of hard. Sometimes when they make it, it bangs off, it goes in, but it like bangs off the rim in. I don't know. That's a good question. I have to, it looks like he has good form.
But they're bricks, man. Like we were saying, sometimes you see a guy rims out, you're like, oh, it's almost there, man. These are nowhere near.
I don't know. I have to see. I hope that he's not that guy. I hope that he's not that guy. But there are people that just will never have. I coached a guy like that, a kid like that. He just didn't have touch no matter what. He would break a layup. I mean, he'd go up for a layup and bang it off the backboard real hard. You know what I mean? Wonderful defender, did a whole lot of other things on the court, but he just had no touch whatsoever. And, there's a lot of guys like that. And I don't know if he's Elfrid Payton. I mean, yeah.
Did you coach Elfrid Payton? Because that's what it sounds like.
Oh, did I coach Elfrid? Right. Yeah, some guy, I mean, I don't know. I hope he's not that guy. But, until he gets that mid-range jump shot, and even if it's a mid-range only, and he does, or it's a little time before he gets that three consistently, even a mid-range will help open up the game for him.
No doubt. At draft time this past year, everyone's talking about the different, potential people that we would draft, and we were saying, how do they fit with RJ? How do they fit with RJ? If he keeps shooting like this, we can't ask that question no more.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, the one thing is he's very young, so he's got time to develop that jump shot and, keep working at it and trying to get that touch. And I'm not saying that Tom Thibodeau is going to put him on the bench, and if he doesn't, I'm not going to be mad. I'm just saying I don't think it would be the worst thing if they put him on the bench. Not put him on the bench as far as not playing, but he came off the bench, with those young guys. I don't think it would be the worst thing. It really, like I said earlier, it doesn't matter to me if a guy is starting the game. You got to have 5 guys start the game. It doesn't matter to me if those guys are starting or they're coming off the bench. The only thing that matters to me is when it comes crunch time, you got the right guys on the floor. That's all that really matters to me. I mean, I've coached and I've started a guy just because he was 6'9" and could win me the jump ball, and I take him out in a minute. You know what I mean? You do all kind of things when you're coaching, to try to get an advantage. And sometimes it doesn't include starting your top 5 players or your most talented players, or you do all kinds of things to try to make sure your team is running well. Those first 5 minutes of the game, a lot of times teams are feeling each other out anyway.
Do you also believe in Coach Colorblock's comment about muscle memory only happens from games, not from practicing shots? That for him to be pick up his game and shooting, it's going to have to come from NBA games. That him shooting 1,000 in an empty gym is not going to change his muscle memory, because all of a sudden you hit the NBA floor, the speed, the size of the guys versus the scrimmage maybe that you're in, or just not having a scrimmage at all, just shooting up with your assistant coach, that it's going to take years and years. Do you agree with him there? Or?
Nah, I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Now, and I can only speak on that from my time coaching kids in high school, right? So, and I've never coached anybody in the NBA. But just from coaching kids in high school, I mean, I've had a player, my daughter, as a matter of fact, she couldn't shoot at all. All she did was this, just grab the ball like this. And we spent hours and hours and hours of her up against the wall with one hand, just doing this, catching it, doing that, hours and hours and hours, 30 minutes before practice, 30 minutes after practice, working on her form, working on the muscle memory. When we would get in games, sometimes she would still shoot like that. But the more and more we practiced, the more and more she shot correctly. She shot correctly until it became, that's the only way she knows how to shoot now.
Yeah.
And it took a long time. It didn't happen, over one season. It took seasons, right? She didn't start playing basketball until she was in the 9th grade. And it took until she was, in the 11th grade until she had that form right. And even still till today, we work on certain things with her form, making sure her legs are, nice and stable. You're always going to be working on little things to make sure, you have the proper form and those things. But I do believe that you can practice and then you get the muscle memory. The thing is, when you're in the game, you've got to work against your body. When you get into a high pressure game, you've got to work against your body going back to what it knows.
Like a fighter getting hit in the nose.
Yeah, I mean, like because you build a habit, and anything that you ever do, even in life, when you get stress on you, you go back to what your habits are. So if you have good habits, you go back to good habits. If you had bad habits, well, unfortunately, you're going to go back to bad habits. It's the same thing with basketball. You practice good habits, and when you get that pressure on you, you're gonna go to your good habits. You practice bad habits, you're gonna go to your bad habits. And even sometimes if you're practicing good habits, you're practicing it, right? If it's not all the way there, you get that pressure on you, then all of a sudden that bad habit comes out, right? So mentally, you have to be able to, you've got to work against your body sometimes, and it takes work. It's not easy. So I understand what he's saying, though. It's not easy if you've had a bad habit that you've been doing for years and years and years, and now you've got to break it, and then you have pressure on you. Your body wants to go back to what's easiest, and you've got to fight against your body.
Yeah, and some of the things that kill me, I think he's on his third shooting, coach in the last 3 years. So you learn one way from one.
If you miss up 10,000 shots in a game in a pro career, you playing in China. You ain't even in the NBA no more doing the game. You don't have the luxury to miss that many shots.
Yeah. Hey, a quick shout out for a super chat from Josh again, Uncle Fulio. Careers have been made in the NBA as a sixth man. It's not necessarily a demotion for RJ. Lou Williams, Jamal Crawford, etc. His confidence should not be an issue. Thanks, Josh, for the super chat, but you pointed out guys who can shoot.
Just think we're going to give RJ 20 to 30 games to see exactly where he's going. Just give him 20 to 30 games. I agree with Sim's point, though, about it's a good point he raises about he's a speed player, he's an energy player, and he needs to get up and down. So I don't think it is the end of the world if Tibbs decides to go the route of the sixth man, but I'm not there yet. Let's see.
I don't even think he will go that route. But I'm just saying if he did, I don't think it would be the worst thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Ralph, you got something to say?
No, I just wanted to say that one thing that I'm really looking for is RJ becoming more of a passer in this team. That's the I had a whole spiel. I actually lost my train of thought, but in this game, he didn't shoot the ball well, but he only had 2 assists. Sometimes I feel like he could be a secondary playmaker, third playmaker for the team. That's what I'm looking for from him. When he doesn't get his shots off and he misses, because look, Ben Simmons, he goes for 3 for 11 and he misses shots too, but he also knows how to play make. And granted, those 2 guys are separate. 2 different players, but I actually think like if Tibbs can coach Tibbs and also Johnny Bryant, who much credit to that guy. I feel like if one thing I would push for him to be more of a playmaker. I want him to play make. I don't even care about I didn't anticipate 20 points from him. I don't even care about if he can score 20 points for the team. I want him to play make. I want him to average 5 assists, 6 assists. I think he can do it. And then, if he takes less shots and drive it to the hole, draw fouls, he knows how to draw fouls. And he is working on his free throws. I think that's workable. In today's league, you don't have to be an outstanding jump shooter. You can look at Ben Simmons. He doesn't shoot the three. He gets to the hole. He draws fouls. He doesn't even make his free throws most of the time. On top of that too, and he still can average 10 to 15 points for the season. So all I'm trying to say is, if it would benefit him instead of going to the bench, I would rather go for him to be a playmaker, and that would be my first. That would be my first goal, and I would try to push him to be more of a playmaker for this team, much more than I guess anybody is thinking.
Well, he had 4 assists today, 4 assists yesterday, and 5 in the first game, as Guillermo just pointed out.
He had 2 today.
He's averaging 4 for the season.
He had 4 assists.
Right.
He had 4.
I don't know. I would want more assists from the guy, man.
2 assists today. Yeah.
I actually want him to move the ball a lot.
He's a ball hog.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to take it to the rack every time and use up that 40.
He's another one that can average 7 or 8 assists. I just want to put it out there. People might think that I'm crazy, but I think that's another guy too. Down the line, he could average 5, 6, 7 assists.
I mean, he might, but let's still remember that he is young, and the game still might be a little bit fast for him. He still got to slow down for him too.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, it's still got to slow down for him a little bit. That's when those assists start to come. Not for everybody. Obviously, you got guys that can step into the league and the game is already slowed down for them. You know what I mean? But as the game slows down for you, you learn the game a little bit more. You understand the NBA game versus the college game a little bit better. College versus high school, etc. Then you start to see the game a little bit differently, and now you can anticipate what guys are going to be. You can anticipate where the defense is going to be, so that you can make certain passes, and then you start to see those assists pick up. Not all guys, but with certain guys in the league. So let's see if that happens for him.
Yeah. Hey Chuck, you all right, man?
Yeah, I think his first step is slow, and the fact that he always have his defender on his hip and never behind him, so he's never drawing extra defenders to get those easy assists. I think that hurts him too. And plus, he's not a great passer. So he got the 2 things working against him. He's not a great passer, and he's not quick of foot to be able to create that space. And that's one of his problems with his layups too. His man is always on his hip.
That's true.
Double clutching a lot of layups. You never see him getting free and getting dunks right at the rim. It's always at the side of the basket, because he's never beat his man to get straight to the basket. That's all I got. That's on you.
Hey, Sim, did RJ's lack of explosion athleticism shock you? When the first time I saw him, I watched him at Duke, but until I saw him the first time in Knicks uniform play, it was like, wow, man, I didn't realize how average of an athlete he is.
Yeah, it didn't really shock me that much. I always thought he was kind of a Paul Pierce, Carmelo type of guy. Just from, his body structure. So I never thought that he was going to be jumping over top of people or anything like that.
State says it's Jalen Rose.
Say that again,
Latrell?
State says compares him to Jalen Rose.
I don't even know if he's. Yeah. I'm not sure.
I
don't even know if he's as athletic as Jalen Rose. Jalen Rose was an athletic guy.
Yeah.
I mean, so we'll see if he develops to be that Paul Pierce, Carmelo Anthony type of guy. Because those guys, they didn't do it with jumping over top of people. They did it with craftiness, good jump shot. So he's got to develop that.
What was that last thing you just said?
Good jump shot. Right, exactly. Craftiness and a good jump shot and a good mid range. Like they killed in the mid range. And I know a lot of people, today they don't want those mid range shots. I still believe in it. I still believe that if you got a good mid range shot, and you can knock down a 3, but if you have a good 2 dribble pull up, you're almost unstoppable. when it comes to scoring the basketball, because you take those 2 hard dribbles going in one direction and then you pull up, there's almost no way that the defense can defend you. Right? They can't stop their body. They can't stop their body from going in that one direction. When you boom, boom, and then pull up, they can't stop their body in enough time to get to you. And so I still think that's a shot that will make you unstoppable playing any era of basketball. And if RJ can ever get that type of pull up, he can be tough. But can he get it? We'll see. We will see.
Yeah. Hey Sim, if we're putting you in the situation as you have the GM hat of the Knicks on, is Mitch part of your future? Is he going to be the 5 that you want? Putting together your roster and your future foundation of this team?
Oh man, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not sure. I gotta see. For me, I need a 5. I mean, I look at Andre Drummond tonight, and I see what Andre Drummond was doing from that 5 spot, right? And I know everybody wants a guy that can shoot the ball from 3. I mean, Mitch can't shoot it from 3 now. But a guy
can't shoot from 2 now.
I mean, Andre Drummond, man, can you seen him? He could pound the glass. He could pass from that elbow area. He can give you the occasional post up move. I mean, he's just a beast down there, and he's hard to stop because he's so strong and powerful. I don't know if Mitch is going to get to be that guy. Looking at his body type, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I think he's always going to be a rim runner. And if you look at us right now, we can't even get alley-oops off. We got one alley-oop off. Alfred Payton hit him with a oop. But
they're
for the most
part, paint, yeah.
They're packing that paint and they're knocking it away.
Yeah.
Now what? On the offensive side, now what? He doesn't set screens well, right? When he gets the ball out there in space, he's not even looking to pull it up. Now, I know he's in his 3rd. Is this his 3rd season?
Yeah.
He's in his 3rd season. I know he's in his 3rd season. He's got time to go, but just give me a look at it. I don't care if you miss it. Just pull it up and shoot it. Just shoot it. The other day, Julius Randle passed it across the court, and I got shocked. I was like, oh, shoot, because I thought it was Mitchell Robinson who shot the 3, but it was Reggie Bullock. Right, because he had the number 23 on his back, and I got nervous, but I got excited at the same time. You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't even look. And I've seen already several times this season where he had the ball, where he could have went ahead and pulled a 3. He could have pulled it mid range, and he didn't even look to do it.
And there was nobody within 10 feet of him either.
Nobody within 10 feet of him, and I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do there when, yes, he can block shots. He can grab rebounds because of his length. But I just fear that every time we, with a guy like Mitch, every time we go up against the Joel Embiid, Andre Drummond, even JaVale McGee, all these guys that have this strength and size, what are we going to do?
Yeah. And, on my note,
on the boards today.
Huh?
The Knicks won the boards matchup today.
They did. You know why? You want to know why they won the matchup? It's because of the guards.
And Kevin Love wasn't playing.
Matchup. I mean, Mitch. Don't get me wrong. Mitch had 9 rebounds today. I think 9 or 10 rebounds. But the guards, Alfred Payton had 7. R.J. Barrett had 7. Somebody else had 8. I don't remember. And Reggie Bullock had like 7.
Correct.
Right. So the guards really, really helped us out rebounding today, which we're gonna need. We're gonna need every night.
Yeah. On my notes, I take all these notes during the game, and today especially. And how many times I write, "Why isn't Mitch boxing out? Why isn't Mitch boxing out?" Technical stuff, that technique-wise, that why isn't he doing these things? And I love my Clyde. And I listened to his wisdom, and he makes the comment that Mitch has been a major disappointment. I'm using Clyde's words now, that he hasn't seen growth. He's still doing the same senseless fouls. He's still leaving his feet. He's still leaving on rotations in the wrong position, like you said. He's still not setting good screens. Again, as a GM, when do you say, hey, you know what? I can't, give this guy the contract that he's looking for. I'm not going to give him a Capella contract or something like that because he's a one-trick pony.
Yeah. Would you guys, if Julius Randle continues to be able to shoot the ball from three like he's shooting, and I don't know what he's shooting right now, but he's not going to continue to shoot 60% from three. I think that's what he's shooting. He's not going to continue to shoot that. But if he's able to shoot 37% from three, right, and he's able to do what he's doing with the way he's moving the ball, would you take an Andre Drummond at a good price?
Are you saying Andre Drummond to go with Julius?
Yeah. One at your 4, one at your 5. Well, Andre Drummond at the 5, Julius at the 4.
As you know, he's a stats guy. 17 tonight, 17 rebounds, but he has some issues on his defense, though. And also, he can't shoot foul shots for nothing.
Yeah, that's true. He definitely can't shoot those foul shots.
So, what I said the other day, though, that in retrospect, Mitch's development, I think, was hampered by we saw his growth when Jordan came over. Jordan was mentoring him. And that in retrospect, that for our team to grow, we have two skinny guys at the 5. Nobody could hold a spot against real big centers that maybe we know that he loves KD, but maybe we should have thrown a different bag at Jordan to keep him on the team as a mentor for Mitch, and also in the situations where Mitch just doesn't have the body to hold the thing. Maybe Jordan should have been somebody that we should have signed.
I don't think Jordan was signing back with us. I think he was mad that they started Mitch over him, and he was trying to go wherever his buddy went. So I think it's that right there. But I don't know, man. Mitch, I don't know, man. I don't know if he's going to be the starting center going forward. If I was starting a team right now, would he be the guy that I picked? Probably not. But he is young and he's got time to grow. We'll see where it goes. He's got a lot of development to do, though. A lot of development to do, I think.
Do you think he has between the years to do that development, though? We've seen some weird cryptic, messages, and from a maturity standpoint, do you think he'll get it together?
Yeah. You know what? I think my bigger concern is, I think he's a smart guy, but my bigger concern is the people that he has around him. Right. I feel like, just the family members or whoever that's around them, don't guide them the right way.
Well, he's had 6 agents.
6 agents. And it's going all the way back to college, right? So I just feel like they don't guide him the right way, and that may be an issue. Even when he's home training, right? We never hear about who he's training with, and I don't want to take much from these videos that come out, but we see these videos where he's shooting threes and this and that, but we never see a video where he's working on a post move, and not that he's going to be a post player, but I always say, all of my players, if they're guards to big men, I haven't worked on post moves, because you use that footwork on every part of the court. That's those pivots and everything that you do in the post, you use it on every part of the court, even on defense, right? So we always work on post moves. But I never see Mitch working on post moves.
Yeah.
Makes you question, is he committed? Is he committed to being great?
Yeah, I don't know.
Question, is he committed to being great?
Yeah, exactly. It does. It brings that question, if he's committed. And then, with all the changing in agents, a lot of times your agent will say, I want you paired up. Dennis Smith Jr., his agent said, I want you paired up with Abdul Rauf, right? His agent put that together. Who's his agent? His agent keeps changing every. So if his agent is changing every couple of months, that means the relationship is not there the communication is not there for them to say, here, you go work with this guy, go work with Akeem Olajuwon. I'm going to hook you up with Akeem Olajuwon this summer, right? The communication and those things aren't there, and I feel like that's going to be a problem for him.
Hey, shout out to the chat. Hey, Donald Cannon, you're 100% right. Donald Cannon said, hey, Stephen Fox, you're acting like a little kid in the candy store right now with Sim. And I agree with you, man. This is a bucket list thing for me. I've been watching Sim for so long, and man, it's a dream come true to just be able to talk to the man like this. So you captured it. I am like a little kid in the candy store, man. I have such respect for this guy, and it is a bucket list coming true tonight. So thank you.
I appreciate that, man. Appreciate it.
Fellas, I apologize. Questions. Take it, man. I don't mean to monopolize the time.
I don't even know what topic we're on.
No, we're freestyling, so wasn't anything.
Long as he put RJ in a proper light, like he needs to be, like everybody, just like this is what everybody know about RJ. He got heart. And make a face. No, it's more to basketball than that. He gotta straighten up a lot of things too. Because like I said, he's like when he makes up his mind to go do something, that's what he does. There's no shifting and no other things. If he's gonna shoot over the top, he's gonna go over there and the ball is gonna go up. If something else arises that gets open, the ball is not going there. And that's how he is. And that's why shooting over, because I said yesterday before this game, he's going to have a trouble because there's length. And he had trouble.
Yeah.
He showed that
I just think this
showed that mid-range in that first haven't seen it anymore. That's a lost art, driving to the rim and pull up. People take what Kevin Durant do for they don't take that, they take that for granted. Being able to drive to the basket, stop on the dime, and pull up and hit the shot.
Yeah.
If he can do that, he'll be all right. That's a hard thing to that drive and pull up, that two-step.
Thinking about this,
you don't see that.
Well, that's part of being a great shooter.
Exactly. I agree.
Yeah. So once you're a great shooter, you can add the stop and the pull up and the spin and all that.
Yeah, right. I mean, ask Isaiah. Rob the Knick. You seen the video when I was hitting and pulling on Isaiah.
I mean,
you toyed with him. You toyed.
The thing with RJ is, I said this. I said this after the first game of the season that he came out because they didn't want to treat him like they treated Kevin Knox his second season. And this whole thing about RJ coming off the bench, and it's not a demotion. And I hope that RJ mentally is in a better place than Kevin Knox was, because when Kevin Knox, after his first season, no one said anything about his mental after his first season. It's his second season. It's like, oh, he could not play Marcus Morris. Marcus Morris came in and took his spot, and he got on the bench, and then his minutes dwindled, and then he got all in his head and everything. But what would happen to RJ if he was the golden child his rookie year? His second year, he came in thinking he was going to be the man. And then you bring in Alec Burks, who comes in, and technically, you can say Alec Burks has outplayed RJ. And Alec Burks comes in and takes his spot, and RJ goes to the bench. It's kind of like history repeating itself of our rookies, that we anoint them and then take it away. I'm just saying. And then all of a sudden now you have Obi Toppin, who hasn't even gotten a chance to be anointed because he's already had Julius in him. And now, we can just he's a bust, he's a waste of a pick, he's this, that, and we have Julius. So it's like we draft these kids, and you always say, it's about development, it's about development, but yet you keep putting these journeymen in front of them.
Was Knox anointed?
I'm not going to say that he. Here's the thing: you can't sit here and say after Knox's rookie year and the accolades that he had his rookie season, he should have been in a position that he was put in his second season. Now I can't think of any rookie who starts, I think, with 57 games or whatever. Rookie, rookie of the month, Rising Stars game, second team all rookie, and then 30 minutes a game pretty much to his second season.
Scrapping.
So you're not gonna say he's not anointed because he didn't do anything to deserve the complete lack of time and development to move forward like every other second year player gets.
He shot 37%.
Kevin, you can tell a lot of rookies shoot bad. There are rookies they're going to shoot bad. But unless you want a rookie to come in like LeBron James, all of a sudden, rookies are going to shoot bad. They're going to struggle.
But all he do is shoot. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he's giving you anything else when his shot is.
So are you trying to say that every single rookie comes in shooting good?
No, I'm trying to
even rookies that shoot. Is that what you're saying?
I'm trying to say he's one-dimensional. If his shot is off, he's not helping.
His rookie season, he did more than shooting. Knox has turned himself into a shooter, but his rookie season, he did more than just shoot.
What? Name it. What did he do?
What didn't he do offensively in his rookie season?
Okay, he averaged 1.1 assists.
Look, the numbers. This is not a black and white thing. I'm talking about offensively. He did more than shoot. He had more things in his repertoire offensively than shoot.
Okay, assists is offense. So 1.1 assists versus 1.5 turnovers. That's horrible. 0.3 blocks. Rebounds. Where we at? 4 rebounds. What did the guy do?
Below the average on free throws, below the average on field goals.
He shot 71% for free throws.
And he was one of the worst defenders in the league.
So is that below average? 71%?
He didn't shoot 71. He shot below that.
Rookie?
No. His rookie year, he shot 71%. Check it out.
All rookies don't play no defense. All rookies. Look at Jonathan. Look at a rookies coming into the league. That's the first where they struggle at is on the defensive end.
Kevin,
Not
Kevin,
just
my problem with your argument is Obi
Toppin.
Toppin
He struggled as a rookie too.
If you a bad
no. That's what I
One
said.
second. Hey, Freezy, could you let Guillermo in from backstage? Freezy, if you're
I
listening.
don't understand your point about Obi.
No. That's what I said. I said even with Obi, you already have Julius playing ahead of him. And that's not a bad thing because Julius is doing what he's doing. It's the totality. Huh?
The organization knew that Julius was starting this year. I don't understand your point.
I don't. This is me being honest with you. I really thought that. To be honest with you, I really believe that Leon Rose wanted to trade Julius Randle before the season.
I think he
had intentions on trading Julius Randle.
The way Tibbs was talking about how he was going to use Julius and the conversations they had about him, I don't believe that. Maybe they were listening. I don't really believe he was actively being shopped. I don't believe that.
There were no.
I really don't.
No rumors, and he have trade value. He's their best player. If they wanted to trade Randall, he would have been traded.
He would score on this team.
So let me ask a question. Why, if a player goes, is now coming off the bench, why does that mean that we're no longer developing them? I mean, that could be a part of your development. Like, hey, we need you to play better. So this is what we're doing, and it might put a fire on that. A player said, "Man, I need to get something in shape. I need to work on this, that, and the other thing." Not to say that RJ is not doing that. I'm just speaking on any player in general. Sometimes that's the development of a player. They move up and move down because, your development doesn't go in a straight line up. It kind of dips and dives. I understand what you're saying. How it could look like. Yeah, we said you're going to be the guy. We started you. You're playing 30 minutes a game. And now you're going to the bench.
But he could still finish the game.
But he could still finish, and he could still play 35 minutes a game. I mean,
exactly right. Yeah.
I think
I look at it as an optics thing.
I'm just playing too many minutes.
The optics of it is going to look like, from the outside, be like, oh, well, okay, I'm not. But no, if you're starting, because these players feel like I'm the starter. So I'm in one of the best players on the team.
It's about the Knicks. It's about what's best for the team. Who cares about?
You're talking about a 20-year-old kid, though, and that's easy to say from a fan's point of view.
I don't give a damn what the 20-year-old thinks.
Exactly, you don't give a damn, but that doesn't mean that the 20-year-old kid doesn't. You're the fan. It doesn't matter what you think. It matters what he thinks.
It's about what we feel as fans.
Yeah, you're right. They really care about what you feel as a fan. RJ Barrett sits up at night like, man, I really care what Latrell, the American Dream is feeling right now. That's what RJ Barrett is in his hotel room thinking right now.
RJ may not look. You got to cater. I get your point. You got to smooth the player. You got to get him to buy in. But at the end of the day, it's about winning, and it's about getting to understand that we need. This is how we get the most out of you. That's what winning is. You have to get guys to buy in. That's why Tibbs is here. At the end of the day, if Tibbs is going to decide, and if he decides to do what we think, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with what Tibbs is doing. He's got the benefit of the doubt for me. I'm not questioning Tibbs yet. Absolutely.
I want to add to that. My whole thing is I would lessen RJ's minutes. That's a better conversation than him coming off the bench. Let's talk about him playing 25 minutes or 30 minutes versus him coming off. I'm not saying that now, but I think that's a better conversation to start with versus talking about RJ coming off the bench. That's all I want to say.
Why do you say that though?
I think it's possible he's playing way too many minutes. Last season Last season they were talking about him playing. He's playing a lot of minutes last season. Those are big debate about I'm just playing 40 minutes again. And now in this season too, he's playing a lot of minutes, and maybe it's catching up to him. They just
started. It's 4 games. He ain't played basketball in 9 months.
Thank you.
I would rather start him and have him play 25 minutes first before talking about RJ should become. We should consider having him coming off the bench.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Tom Thibodeau should consider. I'm just saying if Tom Thibodeau were to do it, it wouldn't be the worst thing. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be the worst thing. But I don't think. I think Tom Thibodeau's gonna play his horses. You know what I'm saying? And these guys haven't played in months. He's 20 years old. Now he's got a strong body. I don't think he's one of those guys looking at his body that's going to be injury prone. I don't have a problem with him playing minutes for real.
I think it's minutes. I think it's having more minutes than it is him starting or coming off the bench. That's what I'm saying in terms of approaching RJ Barrett.
So you're saying after his first game, because he started playing a lot of minutes, like after his first game when he was hot, 1 game into the season, these last 3, his minutes is the reason why he hasn't shot well.
I'm not even the first to say that. I've heard that before too. I wouldn't put it past it. I wouldn't put it past it too.
No.
I don't know how many. Let me double check. Let me double check how many minutes he's playing. I need to double check. Let me do my research before I start talking because
I know he's leading the team in minutes.
I think he's leading the team.
He's leading the team in minutes.
He did that last season too. He did the same thing last season.
We are not advocating. Tim is not advocating for RJ to come off the bench. He's just saying that it is not the worst thing in the world if at some point Tibbs decides to do that. But we are not at that. That's what Sim. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm saying. It wouldn't be the worst thing. If he did it, if Tibbs said, "Hey, I'm going to bring you off the bench, let you run with the young guys, see if you can get up and down the floor a little bit more," it wouldn't bother me one bit. But I don't think his minutes. He's averaging 37 minutes a game. I don't think his minutes is the reason why he's not shooting well. Because he starts off the game from playing. You get a day off, and then you start the game, and you start off the game not shooting well. And I'm not getting mad at him for not shooting well. I'm just saying, So if you're fresh and you're not shooting well, I could see if he's getting into the third quarter and then he starts not shooting well. Then you might say, well, maybe he's a little bit tired. Maybe he doesn't have legs. But he's starting off the game and he's not shooting well right now. I don't think it has to do with minutes.
All right.
We just started. Just start it.
You might be right.
These guys want to get out there and hoop. Ask RJ if it has to do with minutes. See if RJ would say, "Yeah, only play me 25 minutes, coach."
I'm just more fascinated by this Randall thing, man. This Randall thing is fascinating.
I mean, here's the thing. It may not be a big deal right now, but I do think as the season goes on, I don't want RJ Barrett playing 37 minutes a game in game 35, 36, 37.
Why?
How many minutes do you want to play, Kevin?
Because you got to realize how many one of the biggest knocks on Tibbs was the fact that he wears down his players, and the fact that we're in a condensed season and you're gonna have a lot of back-to-backs. Because remember, we had a back-to-back. RJ, I'm pretty sure played 35 and 38 minutes on back-to-back nights. And for a 20-year-old kid in the first couple of games, I'm sure that's fine. But like I said, once we get into game 30, game 40, game 50, and we're on your back-to-back in game 49, game 50, do you want him playing 38 and 37 minutes on back-to-back nights and game 49 and 50?
He should be able to play 35 minutes a night, regardless. I think he should be able to play 35 minutes a night, regardless.
If you go look at your best players in the NBA, the best players on a team in the NBA, they're playing 35 minutes a night.
The best players on the NBA don't even playing back-to-back nights no more.
Randall plays 44 minutes tonight.
The best players in the league have load management now. They ain't playing like that no more.
I mean,
Kevin Durant literally missed the third game in the season.
I bet you Booker's playing 35 minutes a game.
They literally didn't play Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant in the fourth game of the season.
They older.
I mean, those guys are.
But they supposed to be playing 35. They're superstars, right? So if they can, what's RJ doing?
But I'm saying they're injury-prone guys. Tonight, Jason Tatum played 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Jaylen Brown played 34 minutes. Your best player's gonna play.
Yeah. How old is RJ?
20.
He's 20. Okay, I thought so.
Domantas Sabonis, he played 36 minutes tonight.
The young players, you're getting paid millions of dollars not to play 15 minutes a game.
He can play 35 minutes. He's 20 years old.
Yeah, that ain't nothing. 35 minutes.
I'm not saying that he can't. I'm saying it would be wise. Okay, I know I just played him 38 minutes. I know I just played him 38 minutes last night. I know we got this back. Let me play him 30 minutes tonight. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I think we just need a good point guard, and that's going to make RJ better. That's my honest opinion. And eliminate the 4 for 15.
I think every coach. I guarantee. I promise you, Jason Tatum won't be playing 40 minutes the next game.
He gonna play 35.
No, yeah, I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, like I said, this game, if I pay RJ Barrett or Jason Tatum 40 minutes in game 49,
man,
in game 50, I'm like, I'm gonna play you 30 minutes tonight.
So he can get his stuff together. He needs to play more so he can get out that slump.
I don't know, man. Hey, fellas, I am going to head out so I can get up in a couple of hours and do some work.
Hey, man, this was a pleasure, man.
It was an honor. Thank
you guys, man. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I'll make some room so that Josh and Guillermo can get on in here.
Oh no, we're gonna close it down.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm already sleeping on the couch with the pup tonight.
Hey, Guillermo still waiting on the 2 trade. Guillermo still waiting on the 2 trade. It ain't up yet.
Yeah. Hey, Latrell, thanks for being a great team player, man. Shout out.
Man, no, you got Sim on the show. This is an honor here. This is like I've been following this guy for a long time. I called into his show, told him Tibbs is the greatest thing in this franchise since Latrell. So it's an honor, man, to actually talk hoops with these guys, with all you guys. So thanks for having me on. I'm gonna pass out. I gotta play tennis with my grandma in the morning. You have a good one.
All right, man. I'm out of here.
Thanks so much, everyone. Shout out to the chat.
I seen Josh was getting ready to come in. I was like, I done dealt with this guy earlier. I don't feel like dealing with Josh.
Sorry, Guillermo. I was trying to get you on, my friend. So my hands were a little tired tonight, but I tried to do the best I can. And again, shout out to the chat. Just thanks for we're just a couple away from hitting 1,100 subscribers. So thanks everyone. And we'll see you in the morning. Freezy had a great morning broadcast today and another Knicks morning drive tomorrow. So God bless everyone. Have a good night. And thanks again, Sim, for making an old man happy.
Appreciate you guys, man. No problem.
Does
Talk to
Freezy
you
know
guys.
Does Freezy know to cut the feed?
I'm going to light a candle and say Hail Mary, full of grace, my friend. Either that, he's going to have a 13-hour show.
Yeah, right.
No, I ain't doing that again tonight.
The Kevin show was awesome.
They got that on me the other night. That was my mistake, I think.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't even know how that even happened. I looked
We
up
can
and I was like, I'm the only
on and
one
let just State do his thing for the next 2 hours. So
Sam, if you want me to take it easy on Mark, I'll do that for you, man, out of respect.
Take it easy on Mark, because Mark can lose it. You should see him on Twitter.
From the basement. I've been catching him on Twitter lately. I thought he was kidnapped in somebody's basement.
But Sim, to Mark's very loyalty, man. The last few days just talking. He's like saying support you, man. So everyone laughs, but that guy loves you, man.
Yeah, that's my guy. He's not always in the, sometimes he's in the chat, sometimes he's not. But yeah, I love Mark, man. That's my guy.
Yeah, that's my boy right there, Mark.
God bless everyone.
All right, later, everybody.
All right, Kev, you can take over for now. They waiting on you.
Someone should probably tell. Definitely not. I think someone should get up with Freezy and be like, "Hey, we're wrapping it up."
I'll hit him in the back channel. I'm not sure because I've been hitting him on the back channel. Let the guys in for backstage, and he didn't get back to me. Obviously, he's working, so he has a great excuse. The man's making his money.
Look, he gonna let them all in when we leave. Watch.
Yeah. Well, we could have just let it go until the morning drive, man.
Yeah. He can pick it back up. I'll holler at y'all, fellas. I got to watch an episode of The Mandalorian.
Yeah. Hey, Chuck, man, you had a great day today, man. You had a long day, but you had a great day.
Oh, yeah.
Man, how's it feel to be an undefeated champ?
Well, it's expected, and I don't have no competition, so it's Nick's my competition. Legion is a scrub. I knocked Freezy out early with the Mitch debate, and he didn't want no more after that. So now he used me he sicked me on people. I'm like that Rockwaller.
Yeah. Well, I would have messed with you, man.
Yeah. I'm a secret weapon, so I'm always on go.
Yeah. Well, much respect as always, man. I love your takes. Things aside, you got a lot of wisdom. I'm a big fan of yours.
Thank you. Likewise.
Okay.
Likewise.
Take care, my friend.
All right,
See you soon.
Yeah.